There we go. Hi, everybody. Watch me take massive heat loads to the rear. All right. I see we're starting strong today. How is everybody? Had a little scare there with my internet. Hopefully it stays functional now. Maybe it was like down for maintenance or something for just a few minutes because it didn't last very long. And of course I start at the top of an hour, and that's, that would be a convenient time to do something like that. So hard to say. May not be high on pain medicine after they spent 2 hours drilling into one of my teeth. Oh yeah, nice. I get to look forward to that next week. I'm getting some dental work done. Quite a bit of it, actually. I think it's on Monday. I need a lot of dental work done. It's been years, and I already have really bad teeth. So, it seems better now. I don't know what happened for a few minutes there, but it was scuffed. But it's back. Biggest issue is the energy drinks cracked my teeth, and it takes so long to get them seen that they dissolve from the inside. Jesus. Yeah, I don't think it's quite that bad for me, but there's a few that probably need like fillings replaced or new fillings, which doesn't shock me at all. I'm not sure about my molar. One of them, I think, is pretty bad. I don't know how bad it is, but it's pretty bad. And then I have wisdom teeth that need to go. I don't know when I'm getting that done. So that's like, I need to get an oral surgeon, and that's a whole separate can of worms to get an appointment with one of them. And I just want to be done with the worst of it. My second from the back, bottom left molar itches. I don't want to imagine itchy teeth, no. That sounds awful. I'll pass. I know Frisky was talking to me earlier about wanting to join. Does anybody want to join the squad? Let's see how fast we can speed run getting our BR down to like 2. I'd rather not have itchy teeth. That sounds awful. I have painful teeth, plenty. It's fine. I'm good. I'm full up on pain. It's all good. Yeah, for anyone who uses a wallpaper engine, Leah made a wallpaper engine thingy that responds to music and stuff and audio. So I think that was in the media channel for anyone interested in that. She worked very hard on it. Trying to think. Don't know if there's anything else particularly new, at least that's like, relevant to me specifically. Except for any of you who are insane enough to play Songs of Six or Six, I don't know how to pronounce that, honestly. One day I'll figure it out. One day the guy who made the game will like tell me, and then I'll know. But until then, I finally updated my mod today for Songs of Six. There's the link for you guys if anyone is crazy enough to be interested. It adds Neckos to the game, like Catgirls. The art is not great, but you get like a 40 by 40 pixel square to work on, so good luck. Yeah. I'm not an artist, all right? Get me some slack. I'm sure someone could do better, but that someone ain't me. Try Songs of Conquest, or as most call it, Frogs and Furries, the turn-based strategy. I don't like turn-based. I despise anything turn-based. It turns it into like a chess game for me, and then I have to think really hard. Real time is easier on my brain. It lowers the stakes because I can only work so fast. Also, this is just a city builder. It's very casual. If you want it to be anyway. which I'll stream it at some point. I want to make sure that the mod works fully before I go and try to stream it, because if I get like 15 crashes as I try to fix it while we're streaming, it just doesn't sound great. But we'll get around to it eventually. And I'll probably throw some other mods in there for funsies. But neat little game. Very small community for what it is. It surprises me because I think was it Seth Zinch did a video on it, and like it kind of got a little bit popular for a little bit, and that was it. Would the cat girl's natural predator be the dog boy or the otaku? The ant people. It's the ant people. Does that answer your question? But I love ant people. They're evil ant people. Like the most evil. Peak evil. Their entire like society is about war, murder, cannibalism. Like they're as evil as they get. Okay, I'm gonna guess no one's joining just yet, so we're gonna go into a match. I'm very tired still today. I actually slept last night though, so I didn't nap during the day. That's a huge plus. It's been so bad lately that I've been having to nap during the day, but that means that I can't sleep properly at night. It turns into a vicious cycle. I finally managed to mostly sleep last night. It was very like on and off, but I still slept. So I managed to get through most of the day. Now it's like almost 8 o'clock and I'm getting tired. It's like, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I can go to bed at 11 o'clock. Why would you run a RimWorld Xenomorph Hive? Why would you want a Xenomorph Hive? Hey, Chris. Fancy meeting you here. Ants are playing a real-life game of 40k for all of their history. It's constant war, struggle, work, killing, and death. Yeah, I know. I know. They're evil and fucked up. Ants are fucked up and evil. They... You did get first. No one else took it. I think it's because my stream got messed up. So, like, everyone kind of, everything's out of whack, you know? Wonky. Ever managed to domesticate an ant colony? I have domesticated giant paper wasps. I feel like the wasps have just enough intelligence. Thank you for the meows. I'm now goon. Good for you. Alert gap. No worries, Secret. Hope your day is going well. Yeah, I'm happy I was able to stream here. Otherwise, the risk of me falling asleep super early was very real. And that would actually be a good thing. $7.50, huh? Going ping twice for stream. Come do my daily and zone back out. Okay. Good thing you missed the first ping, because wouldn't have gotten you anywhere. Stream was dead for a little while. I mean, like dead. Dead, if you will. Oh, everyone's playing B and C. No one's on A. Fascinating. That break my view streak? No, it's a 24-hour thing. Just in a daze and rolled over. Go back to bed. Why are you even awake at this ungodly hour? Not very ungodly for me, but ungodly for you. I bet. I'm kind of surprised I'm not seeing anyone here. Our allies must have it on lock. Yes, listening to Tay helps keep my local beavers well moistened. The inflamed beavers are just too dry. What does that even mean? By the time I got my gun turned, it was too late to do any damage. It's been 10 minutes and Tay hasn't exploded yet. I mean, yeah, it sure has been. I sure have. I don't know what to tell you. I'm definitely playing more carefully because I have this vehicle. There's supposed to be music playing, I could swear. Oh, it's just really quiet. There we go. It's like, what the heck? I knew I turned that on. Now, I'm playing very carefully because this vehicle cannot take a hit. How far away is that anyway? Oh, and he's dead. Oh! It probably just sailed right through me, didn't it? Yeah. Bummer. That's okay. I got some action. That one guy in the back is probably alive. I think he got neutered. I don't. So I'm gonna be honest. The simulation for the shells and everything and the damage they do seems like really wildly overstated. Like, your crew gets knocked out like surprisingly easily when that was definitely not what knocked out tanks in World War II, like almost ever. It was quite rare for a crew to get knocked out. You might lose one or two guys, but then everyone else would just be like mildly injured at most. They'd just leave. It was far more common to have your tank knocked out of action. Oh yeah, that's an enemy. Did you ever ask them? I did tell them. They said okay. You might be unbanned. I don't know if they've been live yet. Is he gonna be online? I'd have to check the schedule. But I'm a little preoccupied. Tank is essentially wearing shoes strapped to its head for added armor. Yes, exactly. I don't do very well on these maps. I do better in closer quarters. Is my experience. You know, fewer sight lines, that sort of thing. Doesn't have to be like none, but just fewer. You know, sufficiently few that I can kind of count them. Aren't four. There you go. I must admit, though, I am very partial to tanks with a turret. I think the turretless design is stupid. You need to be in something zippy. You know, blue and pretend to be Sonic. There's nothing fast. That's the problem. Like, there are no fast options at these battle ratings, and it sucks. What about the mouse? I think that's a paid thing. You had to be part of an event and pay for it. And you had to, like, pay out the nose, too. Of course, everything's, you know, $5 gajillion if you want anything fun in this game. It's fuck you, basically. Well, there's an enemy on sea, or there was anyway. You're stuck with tanks that can put the pedal down and not get pulled for speeding in a school zone. That's a war crime. They're extra slow too, because I'm playing realistic. It is my honest opinion that they are too slow. Like, I know tanks aren't supposed to be fast, especially from this time period, but I think they're just a little too slow. Burning. Yeah. The average speed was 10 to 12 miles an hour. Yeah. That said, you know, 10 to 12 during combat, or 10 to 12 on the move? Also, which tank? You know, Churchills were definitely very slow. In open field, I guess it depends on the conditions. On roads, they went pretty fast. Tailgating. Getting blown up apparently by a stupid fighter, because that's what's in this game, is fighters and bombers. Oh yeah, and fighters carry bombs. That's the most upsetting thing I think about the whole system they have in this game. You get these silly little fighter planes. And they're honestly better than most tanks. Like, how is this useful AA? This thing sucks. Like, it's honestly just awful. Hey, we got the Tiger E. You have a headache, Tailgater. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Just gotta get the AA done, I guess. And that should be good to go. I don't think I've researched any of these. Nope. Okay, good. Good. I think what I'm thinking here is I will research into here and then I'll research these because these suck anyway. Oh, no worries. No worries, Tailgater. $155mm. This thing's ridiculous. I think this is a M109. Is that a Paladin? Or no, the Paladin's the newer one. This one had a nickname, but I don't remember it. I don't think it's the Paladin. That's the newer one. What do I want first? I guess I'll take this since it should be pretty easy to use. Be easy to get kills with. Yeah, because you start out with just a ridiculous HE shell, which is at worst just requires you to land a shot that's kind of difficult to land, but you know. Smoke shell. Variable time fuse. Ooh, fancy. Sophia and Bella said hello. Hi. Bella Mice said hi. Yeah, nothing crazy on that, but I mean, ridiculously big gun. That's all it is. I'm pretty sure this one reloads pretty quickly, especially compared to that M55. Goofy looking thing over there. Yeah, later on I'll get more light tanks from the German side. They get the martyrs and everything. Hit the like button. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, they had this Greek thing for a little while. I don't know if they still use it, but they had it. Anyway. Yeah, we're going to work on this now. And we'll finally be up into tier 4. I could swear I had something that was tier 6 already. I don't remember what I thought that was. The speed you're going, why not use a railway gun? I don't think we get that option. I think that's why not. There's the 15cm Brumba. That's a bit, not quite it, you know? There's a 4.7 version of the stick heights of business, whatever you want to call that. Whatever that thing is. Yeah, all the fun is either illegal or pay to play. Yeah, basically. Everything fun that like would be fun to play as is paid in some way. Like this thing here would be really fun to drive around. However, it costs marketplace, whatever the hell that is. Hold on, I'll look it up. I'll let you know how much it is. It's 187 Gaijin bucks. Whatever the hell that means. Okay, how much does a Gaijin buck cost? I don't. Let's see. GJN to USD. Which is a Gaijin coin cost. Oh my god, it's a $200 vehicle. That's what I'm reading. The 187, this is just dollars. It's a direct one-to-one for dollars. If you want this car, it's 187 fucking dollars. It's so stupid. This is fucking awful. Until War Thunder 2, you'll get to pay in Bitcoin. No, I'm good. There's a reason I don't pay for premium in this game, dude. I just play this for funsies. You could never convince me that, like, any of the monetization makes any sense. Especially for what they offer. Like, they just don't offer enough to make it where I'd want to spend $200 on a vehicle. Like, fuck off, dude. Let me, like, what do you mean? Like, actually, what do you mean? That you're not actually adding any new vehicles that aren't shit? Like, they've added things since I last played, but none of them I actually want to play. So that, like, that really doesn't bode well for the state of the game. Ben, were you here when we looked at what the esports scene for this game looked like? Made by RimWorld DLC, much less 200 for one freaking tag. Yeah, no, I'm a bit stingy with stuff like that. Like, even if I can afford it, doesn't mean I want to pay for it, you know? Sell the event vehicles and buy premium because the coins you get can only be used on War Thunder. Yeah, of course they can only be used on War Thunder. It's obvious. They wouldn't want you to take money out of the system, God forbid. That would probably cause some really awful things to occur if you could. Hurts me if these people never seen a real tank / gear works. What do you mean exactly? The treads are moving backwards? Not sure I see that. Second ago. Oh, it might have been that, like, frame rate magic that happens sometimes when things move too quickly, you know. That Ferdinand just watched a bunch of vehicles roll in and do shit. I thought he was covering it. My mistake. I think I had eyes or something. Oh, he's getting shot. I just can't see enemy tanks. far will they be out? No pen? For realsies? No worries, Tailgater. I hope you feel better, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Can't have shit out here, man. How the hell did they see me? I know I fired once, like, a minute ago, but... goddamn. Of course, still my money on aimbot. Would not shock me, if, like, a lot of people actually cheated in this game, because I guarantee you, War Thunder anti-cheat ain't shit. Much like most games. What's War Thunder even use? By, like, EAC or something, or Battle Eye? Both worthless. They're all mostly worthless, to be clear. It's not like there's many options out there that are really good, but even so. Still infested with Punkbuster? Yeah. Yeah, that is an infestation. Oh, come on, where'd he go? Are you fucking kidding me? One time I need the bastard hold still. Got one. Yeah, at this point, I'm more convinced that most anti-cheats are hostile to the system. There's an enemy there, but I can't actually sight them. To, like, take a shot. They contributed. I'm trying. I'm in such a little fragile thing that I can't risk taking even one hit. If I can avoid it, you know. Oh, damn it. Travel time took longer than I expected. Tried the new camo. It's a JPEG of the Epstein files. It renders you completely invisible to all government employees. Can't say I have, but I'm sure it's very expensive. So. Damn it. Too low. Imagine there's a door magically in your house. No. I don't want to. Are you fucking kidding me? I actually can't see this bastard. I know exactly where they are, but I can't see them. And I can't move my vehicle. That's fucked up, man. Oh no. Not Ben answering it. Is that a freaking Abrams now that was an M41A or whatever? .57 might be the worst PR to play, and that's where I am. And I constantly get up tier to 6-7, which is fucked up and evil. Thank you for taking my gun barrel. Yes. Didn't need that anyway. It's 6-7, it'll summon the alphas. See, look at that shit too. Having planes in ground is such shit, dude. No effort. Hey Chris. How's it going? How was your stream? Good Raiders. I heard you like warm apple pie. I'm sorry. What does that mean? Like not cold? I mean, I'm not really a fan of apple pie in general. Like, not a big pie person, but you know, I don't hate it. What the fuck? Brother, who? What? I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint. Listen, if you made me warm apple pie, I would not eat it, you know? Why is my... Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I can't do anything. Okay. Okay. Alright. This is BS, dude. I am getting dabbed on by these people who are in, like, completely different tier of vehicle than me. Spinning in Fortnite. You got some good shots? Hell yeah. Yeah, if you guys have to raid, feel free. Bro, this room is fading. Comparing Whimsy, like chaos. Good manners. By this experimental super pie, it's a pie, but you put frosting on it? Oh. You proud of me? I'm always proud of you, Chris. Don't stop, that'd be... Honestly, that'd be kind of awkward. Don't do that. Basically take a pie, then frost it like a cake. Yeah, I kind of picked that up, what you said. With your wife, she abandoned you? Wow. Even further than that, huh? No, they hit away. My joke was too spicy for Twitch. I didn't even see it. For some reason though, I keep rated out early even though there's still a few more seconds left in the auto raid. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know. Answer your question, you know, are so surprisingly fun in RimWorld. You can actually play them intelligently, like ally with people. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Of course you can. It's mod. Can't even aim that high. Yeah, I must admit, I do think it's rather stupid that the game has a frickin' nuke. Like, oh, you're having a bad game? Let's make it worse. Like, it's such a dated idea. The whole game is, really. It's another reason why, like, I cannot justify ever, like, spending a dime on it, because it's so dated. Something eventually will have to come out that is just like, oh, this is so much better. Or we're all just like, oh, lovely. Yeah, like, wow, good job. One guy probably turned on a fucking cheat. Great, good for you, dude. Like, fucking, yeah, that's how I wanted my game to end. Fucking, okay, whatever, War Thunder. I see it's still 2008 and COD is still the hot shit. Like, come on, dude. Let's see. It was, presumably this guy. I need to play your Chronosphere has a faster charge time. The what the fuck? But yeah, fucking. Four ground targets destroyed. One death. Probably went straight to a plane after that. Probably. And the planes are so fucking easy by comparison. Ridiculously simple. Because I've done air in this game. It's not that bad, really. And then if you're in a match like this, your threats are like basically nothing. You might end up fighting one or two enemy fighters, but they're more interested in taking out enemy tanks. Trust me, I've watched my teammates up in the sky not do jack shit about enemy fighters and bombers. They don't care. They're there to get their points. Makes it really stupid. It's like, you know, it's not to scale. I think that's what I'm kind of getting at. None of the shit's to scale. You don't get 5 close air support, you know, fighters, which call them close air support. I don't care if they're called a fighter in the freaking game. If they're carrying bombs, they're close air support. You don't get 5 of those for, you know, 10 tanks. That's stupid. That's not how. That literally never happens, unless you're in a very specific scenario, where you probably have more than 1 or 2 AA guns. Let's also, you know, throw that on there. Like, there's just, it's not enough, man. It's not, there's no semblance of balance. And I think they kind of just threw that out the window long ago. Like, they just don't give a shit anymore. It's all about milking more money out of people, and it's like, whatever, man. They're just, you know, gripping real tight onto their whales. Saying, please don't leave us! Oh, please! We'll do anything! So they keep blowing stupid amounts of money on the game. They tried to do the esports thing. I was going to say, Ben, since I don't think you saw it, the esports for this game, as I understand it, is purely air battles. At least that's what I'm told. And I watched a little bit of it, and what a fucking disappointment. How boring can it possibly be? Because they only do, it's air and ground. I've never seen the ground battles. They're probably more interesting than the air battles. But only probably. And that's a really low goddamn bar. Beep, 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 beep. That's like 90% of it. Which, I mean, is accurate. Can't fault him there. That is still Cass. It doesn't sound very thrilling though, because the players are in air. So compared to like a league match. Like, I just don't see that pulling in tens of thousands of viewers, or hundreds of thousands if you're looking at like some of the bigger esports. The only way they get 90% of their views is from drops. But yeah, I saw like just a, I guess it was like a VOD essentially, posted to YouTube from the official channel, as I understand it, and the view count was abysmal, like legitimately horrifically low. It's like, oh. I think I understand what they're going for with like the kinds of players that you're gonna get who are like really good at the game. But unfortunately, it just like doesn't align with what a more casual audience would probably want to watch, which kind of sucks, but it makes sense. Taking out that tree. I think when I looked at the plane thing, I mentioned this, but it would be a lot more interesting to see, what would you call it, like a pitch to battle kind of setup, where they intentionally try to set up like interesting matchups. You know, throughout history, as opposed to using anything specific, and try to make it fast-paced, exciting. Not too slow and methodical. It's gonna be slow and methodical because, you know, the kind of combat that it is and all. But to the extent that you can manage it, you know, give it a try. That didn't go through, damn. I don't know what kind of tank that is, though. It's a new one to me. A lot of my experience since coming back has actually just been, what the fuck is that? And then going, wow, that's... Oh, you have to pay for that. Okay. Damn it. What kind of tank? Oh, that's a Frenchie tank. I don't think I've seen that one yet. Fascinating. Like, I was just looking at it, I'm trying to think of how to say your name. Maya Naminam. Just before you came in, I was looking at the upgunned FKZ, I think is how it's spelled. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's how it's spelled. That thing. And it's like $200 now to get it. On the Gaijin market. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm just never playing that tank. That's stupid. Like, I understand the appeal of trying to, like, you know, monetize things, but like, Christ, man. This game has, like, the most predatory monetization I've seen in a while. And I play gacha games. You can always gamble for it. Yeah, I suppose that's technically a true statement. But I think you're well aware of how disappointing that is. Those bombs are coming for us. Oh, we're okay. Thank you, friend. Hip fire. Uh-oh. This is stupid, dude. I'm gonna be honest. The bombs after bombs after bombs after bombs, and it's just like so easy for them. That pisses me off, man. And the AA sucks. Like, I know it's realistic, but it sucks! It's so bad! And the planes are so good. Like, it's so easy peasy. God. Realistic AA is kind of overpowered. Well, they don't give us rockets yet. We don't have any kind of, like, rocket AA. Along those lines yet. Once you have that, my understanding is that it gets much better. Just flak shells. Yeah, for some reason we don't get anything with flak on the 88. And maybe like one other vehicle, but those are so hard to use. I don't understand how to use the flak. I think it's like its own little system. They get AP to kill tanks. They do. Which is, again, you know, that's realistic, and I'm fine with that. It's just... the anti-air part of it is actually harder to use, it seems. Yeah, anyway, triple kill guys, by the way. Just, you know. Little side note. Just casually. My experience has largely been, if you get an AA, you actually just get shredded by a fighter. You don't kill the fighter. He's picking on the short buzz squad again? Nuh-uh. These guys are stomping us, alright? We're about to lose the match. There's no picking on going on here other than on me. Chromosomes really carrying them. Listen, I tried, all right? I tried really hard. I got 7 kills. That's the most on the whole game. You know, I don't feel like that should be an allowed tag. Just gonna do that because I don't want anyone who does that, who puts that on their name, to be allowed. No, honestly, the planes carried them. It was really bad. We got bombed a lot. There's nothing to be done about it, you know? Hi, Dakame. How are you today? New redeems, new redeems. I don't think there's anything actually new since you were last year. They get marked new sometimes. The stuff that you, the stuff that you can't use gets hidden so that you don't use it by accident and like waste your points. So I wouldn't want that to happen. Yeah. Don't worry, there will be new stuff soon. quite a bit new stuff actually. I'm not sure how I'm gonna manage. One second. I have to clear my throat here. So. Sorry. My throat is dying today. I've been dying lately. But when I have my next outfit, it's gonna be even more toggles. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like to manage. There's gonna be so many. I'm grabbing a lozenge because my throat's exploding, I guess. It doesn't help my frustration here that the German tanks at this tier, they kind of just stink. Like, they're okay. They're fine. But they're nothing special. What did you do to me? How did you do that? That's not supposed to be able to happen. You broke it. Old school DOS powers. It's supposed to fix anything that you put in that doesn't work, but I also can't see it up close, but I guess it could be worse. Something crazy you say. See what I mean, though? I started getting shot at by a plane, and that's what ultimately like messed me up there. It halted me, and then this guy shoots me. Also, PT-76 was that a World War II vehicle? I'm fairly certain. For autocycling? No, it won't do that. There's a whole conversion layer. It won't work like that. It'll pick whatever it sees as like the first color to give it. I had to write code to make that work. PT was made in 1950. That's what I thought. I thought that was well after World War II, and they were like, oh shit, we need real mobile infantry. Why the fuck am I fighting a PT with fucking thin stabilized discarding sabos in my World War II tank? That's a fair jump forward right there. The Soviets get all the cool toys. It's fucked up, man. The one nation I really don't have any interest in playing, and they get all the fun stuff. Everything fun on the German side, you gotta pay money for. Except for them not having food. It is fascinating how they could have, like, horrific famines while also having, like, great industry. It just showed that, like, they just fucked up specific things. The hell was that? Well, we got shot at. They ran away, so... That... Wow. I really threaded that guy. Went right over his shoulder. I'm of the opinion that it's quite likely that I'm being flanked. But I'm also of the opinion that I don't really get much of a fucking say in that. Got one. Bad feelings. What are these graphics? The lowest that you can possibly set for War Thunder. Got him. I don't think the goal is to make its eyes bleed. I think he just wants the dark yellow. I think Ben's just encouraging you to make our eyes like want to explode, you know? Like super bright yellow. That's what he's thinking. Oh, hi. Yeah, right through the side of my armor at like a fucking 150-degree angle. Doesn't bounce though, guys. Doesn't fucking bounce. But I'll hit it a fucking 50-degree on someone and it'll bounce and disappear into the ether even though it should have hit the rest of their fucking tank. Even more piss yellow. That T-34 should have bounced. I'm just saying. That's bullshit. Why are you guys obsessed with making me look like piss? Another fucking nuke? Dude, fuck off. Some random fucking Russian. Ligma, dude. I just want to... Can I play my fucking game? Got some fuckwad ruining it? Fucking hell, dude. New game doing German tree. Just want to know that IS-4 is just immortal at the front side. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yep. Welcome to the German game. I keep having pretty good games, and I keep getting nuked by some randos. Like, who are these people? What are they playing? What fucking tank? I want to know. And it's BRES. If it's up tiered, it's just instantly dies. Yeah. That goes for almost every tank, man. If you're getting up tiered, like, you know, lean forward and prepare. But if you're the one, you know, punching down for a match, ooh, you're gonna have a lot of fun. See the Splatulator? It's basically a tank based on the flipper style battle bots with a short barreled cannon on the front, so you lift the enemy up then blast them in the belly. That's the dumbest thing ever, Ben. Did you play Barotrauma? I have played Barotrauma. Mixed feelings on it overall, but not a bad game. It worked. Sure, it'll work in a one-on-one. Tank battles are never a one-on-one, though. Any enemy tank that would sit there and let you lift them up is an idiot. Like, top tier idiot. That's a gimmick that works once, maybe. You know? Yeah, incredible how many of these fights I've been losing, even though... Even in that last one, I think I did pretty good in terms of fighting on the objective and everything. I just keep getting these awful teams that can't do anything. Like they're just paralyzed. They don't take any action. Frustrating. It's heavily overpowered and would hit standard driving speeds. Spot the enemy, then just rush in until you're below their barrel depression. Assuming you have that option. Yeah. It just depends. This looks like War Thunder Mobile. Probably. This is ultra low quality settings. Can this dude fuck off? Pretty please, Reaper. Can you get off my ass? You're fucking with my camera, bro. I can't drive like this, dude. Fuck off. Brother. Fucking Reaper 4, 5, 6, 5, whatever, dude. Yeah, okay. What are you? Some kind of infantry veteran who never actually left the States, but, you know, you talk a lot of shit. Make a lot of crayon eating jokes, and then you get fucking one shot out of the gate. Great work, dude. Sorry, I just shit talk someone I don't know at all, but he really pissed me off. That and that stereotype is really common. Never eat the green crab. Why not the green ones? Why are you policing like? Fifth least tasty. Ah, okay. Oh, and I should mention the important part of that shit talking was the never left the States and talks a lot of shit. You need those two details. Those are the critical parts of that one. It might be cringe if you talk a lot of shit, but if you've been in action, I kind of can't, like, I can't argue with that. But if you've never been in danger, kind of not really all that impressed by smack talk, you know? It's just not impressive. If anything, it's kind of disappointing. I've known far too many veterans to know that very few of them who've seen action talk about it in the first place. Even Viewer would talk about it in a way that's not, let's say, respectful. I was hoping I could swing that, but no. Every game against it, they have 7 tanks like that. Yeah, I get up tiered a lot, and it's the biggest, like, friction point for me in this game. Like, I know I complain about the planes a lot, but getting up tiered is just something I've accepted. But it really makes me not enjoy my time. Because it hurts a different way when you know it just wasn't a fair fight. You know? Not that I expect matchmaking to be perfect, but honestly, I'd rather wait a minute, like literally 1 full minute, to matchmake instead of 20 seconds. And get something closer to a fair fight. Just closer. Closer's fine. You know, like, I'm at 5-7. If I'm fighting 6-0s, that's fine. I don't want to fight a 6-7. That's too much. You know, it's a bit overdone. Yeah, low BRs, I don't feel like it matters as much. A lot of the time. How does that not, like, take out a track? Man, the fact that they never put the running gears as part of the tracks kind of, like, surprises me. Like, I feel like that's just such a, like, an obvious component, because you can't. Okay, it's 5-7. Yeah, my battle rating on my tanks is 5-7. Sorry, you guys had to find out this way. Yeah, as far as balancing, I actually, from what I remember, this is years ago, so it could have been changed, right? Probably has been. But from what I recall of air battles back in the day, when I played that, it was actually, like, even within, like, 1BR, it wasn't that much of a difference, so it wasn't that bad. You know, there's a lot more, I think, skill that goes into air than ground in terms of, like, where the weight's placed. You know, your equipment obviously matters, but in ground, your equipment matters a hell of a lot more because it's a lot more limited. You know, unless you're missing a technology straight up, like going from like a prop to a jet is obviously a pretty big jump for planes, or like having radar or not, that kind of thing would matter. But like, you know, going from a little bit slower to a little bit faster, it's kind of like, okay, you know. Now you can maneuver. Who the fuck? What? From behind? Damn. Rear access port. I really did. Damn. I can't complain about that. I got fucked up. Unfortunate for me. Fair play. I was like, I looked all around. I didn't see anybody. I'm in shock here. I mean, be tasting that shell for a while, probably. Tastes like lead. I don't even put lead in these things. Alright, you owe me a question now, Tief. Now you're obligated. You gotta ask a question. Goon Thunder. It's Goon Thunder time. You should ask him about the date he went on with Frisky's mom. I did? When did that happen? She was the table, literally. Yeah. Didn't want to eat off that table though. Had to use plate utensils. Was it not happening? Where are we at? We got like one guy doing most of the work. She conveniently stores condiments in her many folds of holding. Jesus. I've seen more Object 279s than IS4Ms. Hey, Christian. Tay, when are we going on a date? Whoa. Are we going on a date? I don't know. Whenever you ask me out on one. I guess. I mean... I really wish the tanks didn't suck so bad. I'm just like speed. It's the one thing I wish I could like take from arcade into realistic, like have some mode in the middle. Oh, I was gonna say, for the esports stuff, it would be really exciting if they made the tanks like double arcade, maybe not double, but like even faster than in arcade. Faster reload, not by too much, but like a little bit. But yeah, make them faster, especially on flat ground. And make them reload a little bit quicker, turret rotation a little bit faster. Just crank everything up, right? Make it truly like arcade, but have the awareness of realistic. And then find some way to like randomly generate maps from scratch, so that it's completely random within some parameters, right? You know, keep it interesting and reasonable, but like, you know, move some buildings around and things like that, and like really fuck it up so that you can't just like have perfect map knowledge. Make it chaotic and exciting, right? Put like a 10-minute timer on that shit, and send them off, you know, with different game modes and stuff. You could actually copy a lot from Girls and Panzer. I think that would work too, because that would be exciting. Flag tank is like a really good idea that you could pull from that, where you have to defend one tank in your team. If you fail, obviously, you lose. So things get really exciting that way. Also, increase inaccuracy by like double. Just make the tanks a lot less accurate, especially if they're moving. Do all those things, and you could actually make like a really exciting like type of gameplay. And if you make the map big enough, you can also get some really interesting tactics going on, despite the speed and everything. Like there's potential in here. It's just, it has to be realized. I'm trying to go on a date to an art museum so I can look like I come from generational wealth. I see. Well, I don't know how you're gonna get to do that. Teef, can we go on a date to Buc-ee's? As soon as I am anywhere nearby to go to Buc-ee's, yeah, we can go to Buc-ee's, buddy. We can do that. That sounds fun. I've heard good things. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Just gonna send like a quick little ad break. I have to use the little boys' room, where will take me and treat me like a lady. There you go. All right, I'll be back in a minute, boys and girls. Don't get too sad without me. Oh wait, I set up a special screen just for this. Hold on. All right, give it a minute and some clips will start playing. I don't know what clips, but some clips. Hopefully they're not too bad. I'll be back. Oh, Princess, Daddy has planned a romantic getaway to an all-exclusive Pound Town. Daddy can feel your excitement and purring from here. Mayhaps my princess would like a preview of what Daddy has in store. Yeah, I think you're dead, buddy. Uh-oh. 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 Are you kidding me? I need healing.
Ow! Hey, don't say my word!
Mommy loves you.
Thank you.
Okay, I need healing.
Okay. Don't say that!
Mommy loves you.
Why are you blowing?
Mommy loves you.
It's my horn. I have my horn.
Can you heal me?
Oh, okay.
Can you heal me, Sam? Sam! Oh my fucking god. Sorry. Mommy loves you. Babe, I'm breaking up with you. It's not you. You were poggers. It's me. I'm a megalo. I'm sorry if this is Pepe hands, but it has to be done. I've just been feeling Pega, and our relationship has been weird champ for months. It's time to end it. No Kappa.
Sneak away, little coward. You are nothing!
Okay.
Did you know that bears like pizza sauce more than honey? It's true. Before their extinction, bears were known to attack pizza delivery trucks.
Extinction?
Or any other food service vehicles.
That's the
This is
weirdest
another fun
FNAF lore
fact.
I've never heard before. The bears are extinct. They've killed all the bears. I freaking hate that there's planes in this mode, and you just can't, there's no option to turn that off. Need your passy? Yeah, I think I do. Well, he got my engine, but I got him. So, I think I win that one.
Touch grass is not an insult towards gamers. Rather, it is advice for them. When participating in intense periods of gaming, the human hand has a tendency to get sweaty. The sweat causes the hand to become slick, and it becomes more difficult to retain a grip on the gamer's gaming mouse, thus making it more difficult to perform well in intense gaming moments. By touching grass with the gamer's hand, the grass will impart a layer of particulate onto the gamer's hand. The particulate can be made of a variety of dusts, dirts, and other natural matter. This particulate will then act in a similar form to climber's chalk, absorbing the sweat and drying out the gamer's hand. With dry hands, the gamer can now perform to their maximum when gaming. This is why when an enemy or teammate tells you to touch grass, they are simply trying to assist you in performing better.
Alright, I was back a moment ago, but I wanted to just let that one finish, because that's peak. Okay, we're back. Did you guys enjoy that? That was Pete giving me old take clips? Okay, calm down there. We have to make more clips for next time, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just stay in the past, you have to move forward as well. Such as, how things... Learned bears are extinct? What? I think the most diabolical thing. I feel like the difficulty to, like, come up with the next horrific thing to make me say is just, like... It just keeps going higher, you know? So cooked if you did what? Got like 2 clips? You gotta clip more, buddy. You have the discount Stream Deck. You can literally put a button on there that will clip for you. One of which is the I like men. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is, because you like men. Can't, I've tried. Yeah, you literally just have to press the button. Erica Itsumi. There's that's M10. Good for them, I guess. Okay, Frisky, I'll teach you to woo men. They're simple creatures. It's easy. There is no button. Well, then I guess you should have bought a Stream Deck. I don't know. You told me it was equal. It was equivalent. And it sounds like you're finding out that it wasn't. Okay, this is risky. You have to explain it properly. You need to get shot, then fall face down onto the bottom. I mean, button. I'll try and help you figure it out later, Frisky. You let me know sometime tomorrow when you got time. Actually, I don't know. Do you work tomorrow? So it would make it a little difficult if you did. Oh, hell yeah. Did you see that? Ooh, that was a nice shot. That was a tricky shot. More important. I just told you it was good. It probably exists, it's just probably more finicky to make these things happen. You know?
Panzergranate geladen.
Damn.
Panzergranate geladen.
I don't expect that to do anything. I just want to clear that tree out of the way.
Panzergranate geladen.
My voice is like messed up lately. $600. Oh wow, that's further than I thought it was. I hope my cat lands on your cat and accidentally slips it in. What? Huh? Chris, what are you saying? That's a dumpster over there, not a tank, unfortunately. Oh, but that's a tank. Ooh. I got him. That was something. Your cyber, can't you just replace your voice box? It's not that easy, you know. It's expensive. Basically with an Ubu girl. Steal people's voices. I didn't say that. I genuinely do wonder, do a Chris impression right now? I literally can't. Like, that doesn't even exist. That's not in my repertoire. I can do a few accents, like, specifically, but, you know, specifically. You saying I don't exist? No, that's not what I said. I said I can't do your voice. Like, I can't copy your voice. That's all I said. It's just, I'm not able. Oh, that's fucked up, man. I hate this game sometimes. This sucks ass. Like, I was doing everything right, and then some fuck waffle of a fighter pilot, probably. A fucking fighter with a bomb on it. Comes by and just gets to go. Press button. Fuck waffle? Yeah. Yeah, there's a fuck waffle.
Panzergranate geladen.
I have other ones that'll just like pop up on occasion. You'll hear some really interesting ones in time. KV 220? What the fuck is that? Yeah, and what do you mean? I'm sick of this, man. I am so sick of this. That is an insane angle to hit and not bounce it, but everything just goes through. It's fucking crazy. Do it. You just found out your frog wife, Frogatha, has been cheating on you and you're leaving the swamp for good. Voice impression. What the fuck does that mean? Like, am I supposed to do Kermit? That's not even Kermit. Some kind of frog. But Kermit has a very specific voice that I don't know if I can emulate. Can we complain tomorrow about how tired you are? He was gonna do that anyway.
Panzergranate geladen.
But regardless, exactly so. Fucking kidding me, dude.
Panzergranate geladen. Panzergranate geladen.
Ricochet? Okay. Why am I playing against the fucking turbo sweats from hell, dude? This game must have actually, like, nobody playing it. I'm gonna be so real with you. I feel like this is another Tarkov situation where they'll tell you, we have millions of players! It's all bots, dude. Like, it's people, you know, it's bots sitting, doing nothing. That's cool. Like, if they even exist. At all. Hi, Mary. Welcome in. I'm wondering how you're supposed to actually kill a KV 220 or whatever, 202, whatever the hell that thing was. That disgustingly over-armored tank that seems to move just as good as any KV. KV-1, I should specify. Left brisk, I'm happy for you. Lower front plate, I see. It's such a esoteric tank to encounter that it's kind of stupid. Like, I got to admit. Okay. I saw the shell leave my gun, and it didn't. It didn't. It disappeared. It disappeared into the ether. It fucking did. Also, bushes again. I hate this game, dude. I genuinely hate this game sometimes. The lower front plate, then you gotta get the barrel track and go from the side. So basically, you don't actually win the fight. Got it. It's just a KV2 with a better barrel. Yeah, and the KV2 is fucking insane. Armor-wise, I think it's goated. Yeah, but the issue there, right? What I'm saying is not like, is it physically possible? It's okay, but like, why is it so difficult? And also, I've never seen this thing before. How would I know these things? Like, there's a knowledge gap, obviously. But like, there's so many fucking tanks in the game. So how could you possibly know all these tanks? Unless you are unemployed. Genuine question. How? Because I don't think that's a realistic expectation for any game. Yeah, holy crap. There's technically a 103 millimeter, but I'm sure, yeah, there's another plate behind it. This is hell. What the fuck? 100 mil everywhere. That's technically 80, but like, this is 100 at an angle. So effectively over 120. And then you're only ever going to get the driver with that. This thing is insane. Where are you from? What do they call lemonade and iced tea? Lemonade and iced tea. 100 mil of armor. Same as a tiger unless it angles. Yeah. I'm not, again, Felix, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying how the fuck am I supposed to know what I'm looking at? That's my question, right? That is my question is, I've never seen this before in my life because it is a premium paid vehicle. Of course, it has to be a premium paid. And I'm encountering it for the first time. And I have no idea what the stats are for it. Look at the armor behind the tracks. It's still 100. Everything's 100. The only thing that's not 100 is the top. To the cupola. It's 130. You ain't getting through that. Unless you hit right here. Right here. But volumetric will tell you no anyway. Unless you hit this one. If you somehow manage to finagle that, or maybe you could get super lucky on hitting these and it would like send it into the tank somehow, because, you know, War Thunder magic. You could maybe get through here. Again, War Thunder magic, you'd have to like glide through the top. And then you'd probably just take out the... Right, just take out the breach at that point, right? Yeah. Things that the cupola can't angle. It doesn't need to angle, it's 130 mil. 130 mil, and what are the odds that you're going to hit dead on? You know, aim a little high, aim a little low. Just a little bit. I mean, you say that, but I think that's cutting it a little tight. Yeah, if they get angle on it, and yeah, maybe. Still, kind of ridiculous. It's more. I'm complaining about the model of the entire game and how they monetize it, where you can genuinely encounter something that is completely foreign and, I mean, quite powerful, and they fuck on you mainly because you just don't know what you're looking at, because no one else plays it, because you have to pay a stupid amount of money for it, or have been there for the special event that you're never going to see again, because that's a sustainable business model that people are really going to enjoy. Reminds me, I wanted to check. Wait until 9.0. Find a lot of Object 279s. Or isn't that the like really stupid one that's wildly overpowered? I love FOMO. I love FOMO. Yeah, this stupid ass thing. variable thickness armor. In other words, we're not going to tell you. It can survive a nuclear shockwave, and it was never built, as far as I'm aware. Like, this thing doesn't actually exist. This was never built. This is not a real tank. And if it is, I'm calling bullshit, and I don't believe you. There are prototypes. I don't believe you. I don't believe you that they work. I should clarify. I don't believe that they work. I don't believe that they're functional and can actually work on a field. That's like saying the T-14 Armada is a real tank. It's not a real tank. There's like 10 of them. It's not real. That's a fake tank. That's a on-paper tank. You know, like that's... Nah. Mm-mm. Nope. Don't count. If it has never seen combat, and I mean never been produced in large quantities, I wouldn't really consider it much of a tank. You know, at least a lot of the prototypes during World War II at some point saw some combat, so we actually have like some idea of whether it worked. It probably doesn't. It's the same as the American nuclear powered tank. Yeah, that's such a stupid idea too. This is such a bad design. I'd love to like... Oh, you can't get out. Oh, wait. The driver's locked in. If the turret's forward, you can't get out. You may not leave the tank. You'd have to... Assuming you can. I'm assuming you can. The X-ray doesn't like tell you where the internal walls are, but I'm assuming you can at least crawl out that way. But like, that's so fucked up, dude. When I've seen in person, I don't think can drive, but have 100% been built at least. Better than stuff like the Panther 2 or Tiger 105. Yeah. It's crazy that like they've added all these things and like kept them around, not just as like a little joke. That can't work at all, and then you have to flick on the realism button, and they work as they say they would on paper, basically. And it's like, wait a minute, now hold on. You know, when it comes to like the KVs, at least they've been, you know, they've seen use. We have some like actual evidence. They've been produced in numbers. Same with like a lot of the T-series tanks. We're going up here. It's like T-72s. So many T-72s and T-55s. They're all the same goddamn tank. Like, I'm sorry, but they're all the same fucking tank. The ERA is about the biggest thing. And what, optics? Optics and ERA is basically what they add as you go. Which isn't nothing. I mean, optics matter a lot. But it's interesting how Russia basically just keeps bumping up the same tank that doesn't really impress. I think that's the more disappointing part. The T-90 is pretty good from everything that I've heard. They just didn't make very many of them. There's only one known built prototype of the 0279, but it did have a lot of problems. Specifically, its clumsy, drastic speed drops when on mud, and maintenance was a pain. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, you look at that thing, and it's like, you know, there's 0292. I don't know what that is, but like, this just seems like hell to build, to maintain. I mean, it's got 4 tracks. Like, that's 4 tracks to maintain. And how do you... I mean, look at this thing. How do you... Sorry, wrong button. Think about getting in there to fix a track in here. To, like, replace the pads on the tracks. You know, like, imagine being the crew that has to maintain this piece of crap. You could not convince me to do that. If you offered this tank to me, I don't care how good it is defensively. I don't want to work on this thing. This is awful. What's really annoying is when identical tanks have different BRs because one of them has a newer computer nav system or something that has 0 impact on its performance. Yeah. That's kind of what I expect from the Russians, is maybe a different ammo and maybe some ERA, which is like, how's ERA even work in this game? You know?
Like, how do they calculate that? Is it just random? Do you just get a RNG chance for it to work and be effective, or like what does it always work? I mean, I can't imagine it always works. That'd be kind of silly. But yeah, there's like a, I guess my point is there's an overwhelming number of vehicles in the game now, whereas someone who hasn't been playing since start, it's extremely overwhelming. It gets frustrating at times. Yeah. Well, I meant like if you fire heat at, I don't know, let's pick one that has a stupid amount of ERA on it. The T-72B. If you fire heat at it, does it always work? Or is it RNG? Because, I mean, you can just have ERA not work. Sometimes it just doesn't go off. Sometimes it just is a dud. You know? Pretty rare, all things considered, but, you know. One of your soldiers could have replaced it for some cardboard so that they could sell it on the black market. That was something that happened. Concerningly often. And, found that out during the recent war. Yeah, that's not good. Works most of the time, because if you look at the area armor, it has 500 mils of chemical protection. That's what they consider that. Got it. That makes sense. So they just give it. That's kind of a hacky approach, isn't it? But I guess if it works, it works. See, this is a much more reasonable design here. If you're going for that like insane slopes and stuff, and you're trying to just make a stupidly over-armored tank, as the Soviets loved the idea of, this is a great design for that exact like specific premise. Go and preview and look at the ERA. Oh, it'll show you there. Interesting. I figured it was like a separate mechanic. Contact 1. Wait, the armor behind it is like... What? Hold on. Why are they chunked like this? What's going on here? Why do they like pop off in chunks? Oh, but for me, it'll show the difference between kinetic and chemical. Yeah, I don't know. So if we use... Oh my god, can they be a little more specific? Like, just tell me it's heat, bro. Okay, anyway. Yeah, here we go. So if you do this, it'll tell you. You just have to hit close to the ERA and it'll count. That's interesting. If you shoot for the gun mantlet, it looks like you would get in. APF SDS, yeah, here we go. Oh, it's still counting it as really thick. I'll say, yeah, APF SDS. Ridiculous amounts of penetration. You can get in down here. Yeah, somehow the contact here is also boosting penetration resistance to been stabilized. I wonder. This is something that this definitely wouldn't tell you. Russian ERA has 250 mil against kinetic, plus 200 or plus 500 against chemical. It's basically adding on the existing armor. I'm not sure if that's exactly how that works. Like
in reality. I would need to do more research on an ERA. Don't forget tandem rounds. Do we have these? I don't have any listed from this tank. It's an anti-tank guided missile. Look at other tanks. Such a pain in the ass. I don't know. Who has them? Yeah, contact one has 5 mils of extra kinetic protection. It must just be the, like, intense angle there or something. 60-degree angle. Now that should still go through based on that. 63 degrees. Going into the armor behind it, which is not that thick. It's like 60 mils on its own. That's like 110. The 2S25M. The tandem round. Alright. I see. Going to X-ray with additional armor. It should give you more info. I'm not even in that thing. Oh, you can get a map. So it tells you roughly where you could probably pen it. Why not there? What kind of baloney is that? What's going on? There's something weird under there. This game confuses me at times. Suddenly it's 1,000. Weird. Is it specifically because it's like gonna hit? No, that's okay. Protection map's a little weird. Anyway, point aside, tanks are goofy. And there's way too many of them. I think I actually enjoyed the game a lot more when I could remember most of the tanks I would be fighting. I understand the appeal of adding more, but also, like, my head hurts. You know? When it's a reskin of a tiger, that's a little different. I don't really, like, that's not a big deal. It's still a tiger. But adding all the goofy stuff. This one is... like, what the fuck is that, actually? Yeah. I do hope that one day there will be a proper replacement for War Thunder that's a little more modern. I think that would get me really excited. I remember tank combat is becoming obsolete. Tank on tank. Kind of, yeah. Kind of. What it really depends on is your circumstances. The war in Ukraine just isn't moving at a pace where tank-on-tank combat is happening. Neither side has the mobility and the power to follow up on anything like that. You know? World War I was very different. In that it was extremely slow and extremely grueling, which is why tanks were made. I'm sure you know that, but yeah. Easy GR. I think it's my only option for this other than PG. At least right now. I think I only have one ammo. The Tigers. I think that's what I'm using. Whatever has better penetration, because that's the bigger issue I've ever run into, is not being able to pen. You can't put the hole in it, you can't do the damage. But, yeah. A more modern take on War Thunder. At least on the tank part of it. Without it being some dog shit mobile game with the most horrific monetization scheme you've ever seen. Because I've seen those, they're awful. They suck. It is definitely not even close to what I want. Saw my life flash before my eyes. Time to hide. What in the PS2 graphics? Yeah, no, I mean, if you think this is bad, I've seen some games that are like really pretty because they didn't go through assets, they bought assets off the store. Let's set that aside for now. They're really pretty, but the gameplay is really shit. Boring. But they're like, but we have tanks! And it's like, I don't care if you have tanks, I want fun. I want it to be fun. Can I have fun? They're like, no, sorry, we can't do that. That's too much to ask for. Got their breach. A friendly tank just exploded. Oh, you know, if I get pens with the Tiger, I've not had any problem with it killing or not. My only problem has been whether I pen. Thankfully. Usually if I get the hit, it's a wipe. That or I've missed so horribly that 200 grams of filler wouldn't save the shot. Damn. That really didn't do it. That bounced, didn't it? Oh, okay. For some reason I cannot load. Oh. It's temporary. Let's save it back. Right there, huh? Oh yeah, I saw their smoke trail for a second. Their exhaust. I can't actually get sight on them. sleepy in bed. Heck yeah. Okay. In your bed. What? Now Felix wants to join you. Oh my god. I have a big bed, do I? I thought I had a full-size bed. Like, literally a full-size. It's not very big. News to me. Are you fucking kidding me? Can't have shit. It's big to you. Oh, okay. You have a twin? Yeah, that is tiny. I'm in like the worst possible position, but I kind of don't care. The match is probably gonna be like basically over by the time I'm done fixing my stupid tank. I don't know, queen size? Share my king size bed. Teef has a king size bed. I got a couch? What the fuck, Felix? Is it at least like a futon? God damn it. Man, I legit can't have shit. Like, it really feels like all the like hyper specialized tanks of the Germans that just get absolutely ass fucked because they try too hard. Like they're just awful. You got skill issue? All right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna make that a banned term. I'm gonna make that phrase banned. I'm fucking sorry. What? Huh? Bro, I feel like I'm getting cheated. Fuck this match, bro. I'm leaving. That was dog shit. Tonight fucking sucks. These matches are awful. Not the Cybertruck that stays relative. That is not my relative. But no, real talk on the skill issue thing, I've found that almost every quote-unquote skill issue that exists in War Thunder is a knowledge issue. And the knowledge that you need is some, like, turbo sweat, like, fucking no-life, unemployed ass tier of knowledge. Where it's like, No, like, that's not happening, bro. Like, come on. Skill is the ability to hit a shot. Knowledge is knowing where to place the shot. And that's kind of valid. But, like, the knowledge required to play this game is kind of obscene. Oh, wait, no, not kind of. It is obscene. It's ridiculous. The expectation is wild. Like, I feel like I know a fair bit about tanks, but you have to have, like, a fucking history degree specializing in tanks to know what the fuck's happening around here. That's a bit much, I think. A bit much. It's been like 300 hours between 5.7 and 6.7 on USA, Germany, and USSR. Much experience in my ass into weak spots. Yeah. Felix is that person I was just talking about. The fucking history degree, man. I mean, good for you. But as long as you had fun. But at the same time, it's just... It's not good for a game. You know what I mean? It's not good to have a 500-hour barrier of entry. That's like those people who play MMOs and say you need at least 1,000 hours to understand why it's a good game. Like, no, that's Stockholm Syndrome right there, brother. You are insane. It is just bad. I'm sorry. Like, Final Fantasy is actually not that good, but it has a really good community, which makes it good. You know what I mean? But those people have Stockholm too. They really think that it's, like, actually an amazing game. Like, no, it's fine. It's not bad. It's fine. But there are, like, plenty like it that do and have existed. And it's like, you know, that's a full-time job, Felix. Half a year and 1,000 hours. That might be, I think you're pushing past a full-time job. It's almost 1/8 of a year, yeah. MMOs actually hurt you to play. Yeah, I tried playing WoW recently, and like a friend really wanted me to try it again, so I was like, yeah, you know, man, I'll try it. I'll give it a fair shot. You know, it's been a long time since I played. Yeah, I still don't like it. Still not a WoW fan. I find it's actually a lot worse than when I played it, unfortunately. The only MMO I played in the last, like, 10 years... sorry, I should say 2 MMOs that I played in the last 10 years or so that I could enjoy at all, really, was Destiny 2. For the obvious, like, I like shooters, you know? I can overlook some of the stupid stuff because I like to go bang-bang with a cool revolver, right? Like, that's easy way to win me over. Or Para, because it had a really good action RPG. And it was a real action RPG. It wasn't you sit there and you spam buttons action RPG. You had to maneuver and position and do all those things. And I don't mean position like stand here. Okay, now move over there. No, it was like active engaging, and you had to know what the fuck you were doing. You know, in a way that was requiring real skill. And I found that engaging and fun. And I haven't found anything like that since. Nothing has quite tickled that part of my brain since then. Let's see if we can yoink A. Wouldn't that be funny? If I'm the one taking A. You know, of all of us. SAO, my only MMORPG. Is that a real MMO? Can you play that? Also, is it any good? No, it doesn't exist. No. Bummer. A well-made SAO could be pretty good. Yeah, I find that a lot of MMOs have fallen to the the side of the live service model, which I mean they always kind of were, but they don't. There's no downtime. You know, with WoW back in the day, the expansions came very slowly. And I liked that. I liked that there was downtime. You know, time to socialize. And I mean real downtime, not, well, I'm part of, you know, one of the top 10 people, so I have downtime because we're just done so fast. I mean downtime where you still had things to do, stuff to worry about, but nothing too pressing. Fallen Earth was one of my favorite MMOs ever, because it also had its own skill-focused mechanics and systems that I really enjoyed. Didn't really care for the crafting in the game, but you didn't have to engage in it. Damn, Chris is making moves in my chat on someone other than me. That's impressive. Now Frisky's gonna be like, oh gosh, a woman's talking to me. Oh, what do I do? Sorry, I have to pick up Frisky. Like, it's in the contract. It's gonna reject me. Damn. Sorry to get that, Chris. Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you never take. Someone's shooting at him, but I can't see him. Hey, stats. Also, hi to... Someone sent a message, Sentai, I think it was. Welcome in. Played Black Desert, purely for the character creation, and uninstalled after like 2 hours. Yeah, that sounds about right. Where the frick? Well, I see him, but I can't shoot him because I don't have a turret. Okay. It's very fun and engaging gameplay. Isn't this fun and engaging gameplay, guys? Isn't this the best gameplay you've ever seen? Isn't this so riveting and exciting and thrilling that I literally just can't shoot my enemy? Because now I have to sit here for 30 seconds and repair my tank because that's fun. You know what's hilarious? The direct competitor to this game is World of Tanks. And World of Tanks is, by all measures that I can identify that are like a number, is worse. In like really important ways. The major one being that they have separated servers, like it's fucking 1983 still or something. Like it's World of Warcraft Classic. Like, bro. You do not have that many players. It is not that big of a problem. You can figure it out. So, figure it the fuck out. Anyway. That is the worst thing you can put in a game is a separated out like, server setup. At least for a multiplayer game. I guess if it's like mostly offline, you know, single player heavy, who cares, right? But if I want to play with my friends, do not give me servers. Do not give me shards. Do not give me any of those things. Let me do whatever I want. Let me play with who I want. Well, actually, I should double check that. Servers and shards are fine, but don't lock me into one. Obviously, you literally need servers, but what I'm saying is, like, don't silo them off to each other. Like, that is such a toxic way to set up your game in the first place. I mean, honestly, I feel like you're asking for failure when you do that. As a game dev. Like, you're asking for there to be people who don't want to play your game, like me. Because I have friends who are both American and European. Okay, well, World of Tanks has an American and a European version, and they're completely separate. I don't want to do that. That's stupid. Why are they even separate? That's like double the maintenance. Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? You have one central database, which is mirrored across all your different server sets, and everyone logs in through that. Everything's routed through one of them, and they all keep in sync. That's it. It's really simple. Well, it's a simple idea. It's not always simple to implement, but what is? So. I mean, if you guys actually watched the original, like, first season of SAO, that'd be pretty dope. I haven't watched that in, like, a decade or something. Ooh, SAO is old, ooh. Feel your age creeping in. Feel death closing in. Unk, you're the one who likes it more than me. So, like, who's the real one? Also, if you're wondering why I'm using this tank, even though I seem like I hate it, it's because I do hate it, and I need to research it. That is why. Can't believe you've done this. Yeah, well, you know, get used to it. Tank is hated because Tay hates it. Yes. It's my favorite show or movie. Oh gosh. Can you clarify at all in terms of like what you're looking for? Like the best story, the best action? If you want like an all-time favorite that I think everyone should see, it's The Matrix. You can just watch the first one, but you don't have to watch the sequels. They're not nearly as good as the first. But everyone should at least see The Matrix, quote unquote. Say Shark Boy and Lava Girl? I mean, not a bad choice from what I've heard, but probably not like peak media. What's it? Blade Runner? The new Blade Runner? That's really good as like a social commentary. Over and over again. I mean, I'll try to pick something I haven't already said then. I mean, Breaking Bad comes to mind when you say something you could just rewatch, because it's so good and there's a lot to it. Like, there's a lot of meat in there, not a lot of wasted time, not a lot of filler. You know, it feels like it's always, you know, moving and grooving, so you won't get bored when you're rewatching it. And I mean, it's peak, you know, it just is. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh. I have a problem. A Tron movie, huh? That's an interesting choice. Oh. I don't think I'm going to survive this experience right now, but I'm going to try. I don't know what my favorite movies are. I don't really watch a lot. Yeah, anything more recent, I probably just haven't even seen it, you know? So that's kind of my first problem. I did see the Chainsaw Man movie. That was really good. I wouldn't, like, put it in, like, my top 5, but it might be, like, you know, up on the list. Pretty good. It's a little too visible. This spot will work. No repairs here. Wait, I love for you an hour later. That's crazy. Bullet Train? I don't think I've seen that. Also, hi Nero. I don't think I said hi, but hi. Chainsaw Man movie was so good. I need Reze to bite off my tongue. That's I'm not surprised by you saying that, but still, like, that's crazy. It's wild. I'm trying to go back my memory of certain movies so I could rewatch stuff like Prisoners again with the same mystery from the first time I saw it. Yeah, mystery films don't work for the rewatch stuff. It's really important that you don't know what happened. So that's definitely a real problem. Sonic 3, final answer. Interesting choice. I've definitely not seen any Sonic films, but I'm not... For some reason, I'm just not surprised that Chris would pick a Sonic film. Anything I say or to be surprising anymore for real? Not really. I think I've kind of clocked you at this point. Of course, it's the vehicle from the 50s that's, you know, a BR lower than fucking what I'm driving. Or no, same BR as mine. Sorry. You don't know me? I definitely know you. At this point, I know you pretty well. Abraham Lincoln. Are you fucking kidding me? Yep. Bro, this game is like it needs something. Someone needs to give a shit about this game. I think that's where all my complaints end up being. Like, just someone has to actually fucking care about this game being fun. Because God, it's difficult to enjoy. It shouldn't be this hard to like a game. Like, I try so hard. If I didn't like tanks so much, this wouldn't work. You know? Like, I wouldn't put up with this in any other game. 7 years after the Tiger. Yeah. Such a time where I watch Speed Racer every day for weeks. Aw. Who the fuck? How is bro getting cooked? What is happening? Are you fucking kidding? Bro, I cannot look everywhere. This sucks ass. This is so shit, dude. Oh, you're losing the match? We're going to drop bombs on you and sit in corners. Oh, Peeker's advantage doesn't exist here. It's just like Wally. I do think when it came out, people were a bit contentious about it. But it is a good movie. Yeah, game has definitely has a wild defender's advantage. Brother. And his tank is fucking sliding around over there. Man, fuck this game. This is so shit. Like, I'm sorry. I can't, like, this is stupid. This is a stupid situation to find yourself in. Oh, gotta see everything. Gotta be able to see around corners. You only have one approach, but the enemy gets to hide wherever the fuck they want. Isn't that fun? Fuck off, man. Like, what the fuck does Gaijin think they're doing when they design these things? I don't fucking understand, man. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? You know, I don't know what I'm supposed to do in those situations. Because there's no position from which I can, you know, attack in a way that is, you know, perfect. But it's very easy to just hide around a corner. Like, it's hilariously easy. Because all they need to do is watch across. I have to actually fucking go somewhere. I can't just sit around. They get to sit around. And there's 15 different hiding places. No way for me to know which one they're at. And they're on every side. I'm sorry, it's bad map design. It really is. I've played far too much Counter-Strike. I'm very aware that is just a dog shit region of the map for anyone actually trying to go through it. No excuse for it. It's bad design. Genuinely. It's just, nobody gives a shit. These maps have been like this for God knows how long. So I say, like, someone has to give a shit about this game, because I'm not convinced anyone's going to give much of a shit about it for too much longer. About War Thunder map? Yeah, the one I was just on, I was trying to push towards an objective, and there were just so many hiding spots that every time I went to push, you know, as you have to play the game, Chucklehead, who kept getting me, was always behind some different fucking pile of coal. And it was like, how am I supposed to know? I can't. But if I do nothing, we lose the match for sure. Like, there's no way out of that. So I have to do something, but doing anything is basically signing my death warrant. It's stupid. It's just bad. No matter how you slice it, it's just, you know. I've been saying throughout the night, like, the Gaijin needs to give a crap about their game, because I don't see it. I don't see why people would throw money at a game that's got so many obvious design issues. It wouldn't shock me if people still did, but, you know, if you let the pile get too tall, you're gonna end up with a competitor who kicks your ass. Which I'm surprised you haven't seen yet, but I'm sure there will be one eventually. You know, with maybe just a lighter hand even on the monetization. Yeah, something's gonna give eventually. You know, I'm sure financially Gaijin does fine, because again, they monetize. Oh, they monetize. World of Tanks. But World of Tanks is, I mean, for one, it doesn't have the damage model, so that kind of sucks. It's like super arcadey in ways I don't love, but also it has the server problem where they've divvied up the different regions into their own silos. So that's not, honestly, that kills it for me day one. You know, what if I want to play with my European friend for a day? I don't want to play on European servers all day, every time I'm playing, you know? So why would I play that game? You know, it's a poor competitor, unfortunately. I'm curious to see what infantry does to the game, but if my assumptions are correct, it's going to make tanks just even less appealing. Because you're going to have anti-tank infantry, while there's also, you know, planes overhead. And it's just going to be even more awful of an experience, where you're constantly just getting nailed by everything in existence. Separate game mode. Do they combine tanks into it? How's that even work? Because I know they're betaing it, but that doesn't mean that whatever's in the beta is what it's going to end up being. It wouldn't shock me if they were like, nope, it's all together. It'd be like one of the least surprising events. I can't see him. My binoculars. I think there's something back there, but I can't see it yet. Oh yeah. Got him. That M41A1, ooh, that's a dangerous little tank. Now, how far away is that? I had no idea how far that was, I just kind of winged it. So, good to know. Okay, 600 about. That tree line. Yep, can't see nothing through that bush. I'm not in the vehicle to make moves on C. However, see where that's shooting. Interesting. It's shooting, but I'm not really sure where at. Fucking kidding me? Dude, I hate this. I desperately... He has another one. I desperately need a mode where there's just no fucking planes. I really need that. That would make me a lot happier as a player. I have no interest in planes. None. Zero. In fact, I rather dislike them. I don't want to play with them. Please let me choose not to play with them. I really dislike it. Because, I mean, they're just so powerful. And I have no recourse. I mean, the AA sucks. If the AA was any good, honestly, I'd feel very differently about it. I would just be like, okay, well, the response is to get an AA. Okay, that seems fair. But there's no good AA consistently. There are a few that are, like, at least decent. But at least decent isn't really... You know, that's not really blowing my socks off. Ostman's kinda good. Yeah, but if you're going up against an even mildly competent person in a plane, what are the odds you're gonna hit a shot and do any real damage, you know? Yeah, it's all horribly big. At best. At best, the AA is mediocre. Compared to the planes that it is supposed to be fighting off. Like, the planes will get several kills, odds are. The better AAs in USSR. Isn't everything better in USSR? Like, that's just the whole game. In a nutshell. Hey, lots and lots of jets and planes, the greatest collection of aviation DVDs we've ever offered. What are you talking about? This is a reference, I just don't know what it's a reference to. Buzz off. Me and my 5 millimeters a second rotation. Yeah, not a good position, but I don't think they're going to capitalize on it very well. There's parachuting. Pretty bad. Unfortunate for me. What? Huh? Where is my topographical map? Like legit, where is my topographical map? I need to know. Bro's just cruising through my tank at a severe angle. That's kind of insane, but okay. I've had this all night. People have been getting the most insanely, like, over 100-degree angle shots on my tanks, and it just cruises right through like nothing ever happened. It's kind of fucking driving me through a wall, because I will get I'll get a hit on a tank that has like no fucking armor, right? Basically none. It practically is unarmored. Then it'll be at a steep angle, so it'll bounce, and it should like hit their cabin or something, right? The shell vaporizes into nothingness. Amazing. And then Chucklehead here hits me at 110 degrees, the most oblique angle you could fucking hit me at, and it just sails through. I'm sorry, fucking what? What the fuck is happening here? I'm starting to wonder, genuinely, if your odds to penetrate are adjusted if you pay for premium in this game or some shit. Because it makes no fucking sense to me. Diddled by the sweat, I suppose, bitchless gamer. Happens all the time. Okay, I had no audio. Very cool. That was interesting. I think I got him. I think I got him, chat. Got him.
Panzergranate geladen.
Sorry, who fucking shot at me? Sorry, from where?
Panzergranate geladen.
I mean, this is kind of obscene, isn't it?
Feindberichtantrieb ausgefallen. Fertig machen zum Motor an. Starte Motor. Panzergranate geladen.
There we go.
Panzergranate geladen. Starte Motor.
Yeah, so the Tiger kind of fucks. As long as they can't get through your armor, it's pretty good. Big condition there, but EP might crash. That's okay. I'm not that guy. Yeah, I kind of blasted his ass. Kind of felt that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you mean this old? Oh my God, they had the trains, the planes. Oh, I think they had something else too. What was it? What else did? I could swear they had a couple of lots and lots of whatevers. Was it boats? Did they do boats? There you go, boats. Exactly. Look at 9 kills. And I captured a zone. I did good. I worked hard. Oh, man. Yeah, so I pulled up Steam charts for this game. I don't know what this means exactly, but it looks like War Thunder has more players now on Steam than before. But I also know that War Thunder has its own launcher. So I don't actually know what that means. I also know that there's definitely some RTM going on. Or RMT, real money transaction stuff going on. So I don't know how many of these are real players. That's always a big question these days. They've done a really good job at marketing by not marketing. Top left corner, it says 100K. I mean, I don't believe that for shit. Just, like in any game. Also, thank you for the follow. No, I don't care what the game is. It can be my favorite game. It can say 100K. I don't believe you. I ain't buying that. Like, nah. That's... Tarkov will tell you that they have, like, I don't know, millions at this point. It's like sales, maybe, but players? Yeah, probably half the number. Kind of believe the match number. Yeah. Yeah. That's much more useful. But even then, like, how many of those people online who even are in matches are bots? That's such a problem now in games like this where you get benefits that you can then like sell an account for or something like that by just playing, even if you do poorly. Yeah, Fortnite is a good example where you can like really see it blatantly. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously a lot of them are sitting in lobby. I mean, 2,200 battles, there's like, what, 24 players per battle? Roughly. You know, that's where you get about 50K. But I'm more thinking like, you know, in a lot of lobbies, I'm going to say there's a handful of bots on each team. You know, not that many, but there's a few. They play the game. It's not that they don't. It's just they're a really rudimentary bot that just, you know, does some really basic stuff. Usually just gets wiped. But by playing at all, they get advancement on the account, and then they can turn around and try to sell the account at a later point after it's been progressed. You know, maybe they do a bunch of events or something, and like that's a real way to make money in a lot of countries where you don't make much. You either run a bot that does it, or you do it yourself if your country's poor enough. You can make sense of that. Like it can work out, especially with a game like this that runs on like really low end systems if you want it to. You ever been in a tank? And if not, what's your dream tank to be inside? Oh gosh. Never been in a tank, no. Never had the opportunity. If we're being realistic on like a tank that I could get into and look around, I'd like to see the inside of the Israeli Merkava. Very interesting design from everything that I've read and like watched. Really cool design, puts the crew in a very safe position, which I think is a very good design approach, I should say. And I'd love to like, you know, sit in each seat and see what it's like for like 5 minutes. just to get a brief idea of like what they see and how it feels. Because I like the driving of a Merkava must be interesting. You know, you're not sitting at the front of the vehicle. You're sitting behind the engine, which is way ahead of you. And, you know, it's a big engine. It's not like driving a car. It's like, that's gotta feel it. That's gotta be an interesting experience, but you're also kind of low. It's like, how much visibility do you have? Like, all those things would be really interesting to me. And then I'd love to compare that to like one of the current M1 Abrams. Any version would be fine. And a Panther. Or not a Panther. What do they call them right now? Leopard? Leopard. Sorry. They love their cats. Which, I mean, checks out. Bunch of pussies. But no. Just getting inside a Leopard 2 would be cool. Challenger would also be cool. Any of the modern tanks, really. I don't really care about the Russian ones, because I know they haven't actually changed much. So all those documents and footage and everything is freely available, and I don't really care to make a trip to go see one. But to see like a truly modern tank would be cool. I think Korea makes their own tank too. I don't remember the name of it, but that'd be cool. Like South Korea, they make their own tanks, if I'm not mistaken. So that'd be awesome. For non-tanks, I do want to see the inside of a Bradley one day. That'd be really cool. K2 Black Panther. There you go. Thank you. They do that in cooperation with Germany, right? Rheinmetall and all that? Or no? I can't remember how they... I know they produce everything, or almost everything, at least, in-house, which is pretty neat. I don't know how, like, economical that is to do all that in-house when you could just, like, buy a Leopard or a Challenger or an Abrams based off the Abrams prototype and German tech and weapons. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, in cooperation with allies. That makes sense. It's an interesting choice, you know, for a country that doesn't need that many tanks. Yeah, like that many. I'm sure they have plenty, but compared to the US or Germany, it's like kind of interesting that you chose to make your own. I could see if they wanted to, like if they wanted a Leopard, right? If that's what they chose, which from what I hear, the Leopard is pretty popular, and so is the Abrams. It just depends on your circumstances. I think for them, the Leopard would probably make more sense off the cuff. I think the Challenger is heavier than the Leopard, so that probably wouldn't check out in Korea, especially in like the more mountainous areas. But yeah, I'm surprised they went with their own. I wonder what the difference is that made them like think it was a good idea. I'm sure they have the reasons, but a little surprising. Yeah, interesting stuff out there. I think we can look at the Merkava here. Yeah, that. They're all the same goddamn tank. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the transmission is up here. Did they... Where's the engine? I'm just, like, having trouble finding it. There it is. It's in there. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so the driver does sit forward. He's the most exposed person. And then, if I'm not mistaken, this is where they exit. There's, you know, exits out the top too. They have a commander's cupola and everything. But this is a rear exit. This is how you get out. You know, typically. Other hatches exist, you know, for obvious reasons. You know, if you're stuck. This one's not really accessible, so I'm not really sure what that's for. It exists. I guess if you rotate the turret, you can probably get to it. But, yeah. Hatch up here. This looks like a hatch, too. Yeah. Yeah. Separate chunk. It's for looking around. That's just a driver's port. Can you not fit out of that? I guess. I mean, you probably could if you really had to. As long as the turret's moved. But it's just for poking your head out so you can see. That makes sense. Just the head. Just the tip. Got it. Got it. The Merkava has a place just for the tip. Do they circumcise them? Sorry. Had to. Yeah, interesting design with the engine up front. I imagine the major downside to this in modern day is that as a heat signature, you're like blazing hot from the front. So, you know, the side that you point towards the enemy is going to be like not just bright, but like really bright as compared to, you know, an Abrams or Leopard or any of them. Makes the cannon look short. It's a fucking massive. Yeah. Because they have armor around the barrel and everything there. Is there really a gap there? I mean, I guess there kind of has to be, huh? So that you can lift it. There's just like a little plate in the way. It'd be really hard to like... But from the top, you could, if you knew about that in specific, you could get basically anything down in there. Very useless, but fascinating. So it would really just give you access to the breach and the barrel. Interesting stuff. Yeah, and this has an active protection system. Another trophy. That's crazy. Yeah, to get in one of these would be cool. Take a little ride. I don't think they'd let me drive it, but it would be pretty cool just to like sit there. Yeah, and like this is where I imagine AA actually becomes like moderately useful, is when you start to get things with some kind of tracking or, you know, something along those lines. Whereas right now, I think I'm running a verbal bend, yeah. And it's just... hurts. It hurts so much. Yes, sorry, AA is good. I bet. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Because they're probably just like lots of guns. I feel like that would not surprise me. Yeah, lots of machine guns with plenty of ammo is a very valid approach to AA. I think I liked the US AA the most because it's a lot of guns and they have a lot of ammo. Makes it like viable to range and hit targets that are otherwise like pretty far out. But they're also like decently mobile, you know? I don't know about this skink, I haven't gotten that. But the T-77 and the M16, those are good. Like they do a good job. Meanwhile, which one is it? The verbal end? This motherfucker runs out of ammo in like 3 seconds, and then you have to reload the damn thing. What's the point? Also, sorry, wrong button. Here, we can just go here. Where's my flak? You get APIT, HEFIT. I guess that would probably be better than what I'm running right now. Where's the actual flag? I don't see any flak here. It says it's a flak gun. Wouldn't shock me if it didn't have any flak at all, ever. But like, I can't get points on this if I can't effectively use it. And without the like target leading reticle that you get in arcade. It's really hard to figure out where to fire because by the time that you've like gotten some shots off and ranged it a little bit, for one, a lot of the pilots in realistic are a hell of a lot better than the ones in arcade. Will, you know, maneuver, you know, take evasive action, and then you're like, well, I don't fucking know where they're going now. And by the time they steady out again, where you maybe get some shots off, I don't know how far they are now. I don't know, like, their heading's changed. Ah, fuck. It's a good anti-tank AA. That's so dumb, though. I don't want an anti-tank AA. I want an anti-air AA. I'm begging you, please. Just let me shoot the planes. Is that so much to ask? I want my anti-air to be decent. Just decent. Just acceptable. At shooting down planes. Can I just have that? Please? No, I didn't think so. That's okay. I'll get over it. Yosvin 2. I think I tried it out and it was interesting, but I don't remember if I liked it. Brother, 16 rounds. At least it loads them quickly. Yeah, that's a lot better. It shoots that quickly. The Zerstoa is the only low-tier German SPA I can somewhat aim well with. This one doesn't seem too bad. There's probably also like nukes tanks for nukes, basically. This is a lot better than the other one I was trying to use, but I mean, these planes are also a hell of a lot closer. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, most of the planes I end up engaging in realistic are a lot further out. It'd be like trying to hit this one, you know? Right now it's just flying a straight path. It's so far up and so high that I can't really realistically land it. If I grab the aim reticle, it'd probably be a lot easier. I think proxy is a great AA if you can aim it right. Yeah. Does this have proximity? I imagine not. No. Let's see. Return to hangar? What'd you call it? The Beglit Panzer. Okay. Big light, I imagine. Where the heck is that? Rank 7. I think that's a little bit. Rank 6. I think that's a little bit outside my range, but yeah. Has a toe. Cool. Arming distance, 200 meters. Trigger radius, 6 meters. That's not bad. But I mean, you do have to get within 6 meters, but that's still a hell of a lot easier than hitting it. So. I feel like I've seen something like the Weasel, but all the way down at like tier 4, not tier 4, 4.0 or something like that. And I was so confused by its presence. But I think it was Russian. It was some goofy Russian vehicle that looked like a BTR. 109 is a great AA. I don't think I have it just yet. I did see that it had it. I didn't know if it would be any good, but I was gonna try it. 3 meter radius. So WZ 305. Ugh, what? But it's Chinese. Everything Chinese is goofy. Like some weird conglomeration of different countries. Wuzhuang. Wuzhong, I think. How you pronounce that? Does it have some like goofy looking proxy shell? It does. 6 meter trigger radius. And you get 2 guns. That's crazy. High pen, APHE, and good proxy. Yeah, yeah. Is that armor pen? Gotta look at the actual. Interesting. $20 grams of TNT is fairly large amount. Yeah, I think for Russians, I don't have that much in the way of tanks. Most AA is a good anti-tank for some reason. Yeah, that irks me so much because it's like the one thing that should have been capable of like doing something about the air being kind of OP is actually just only good at really dealing with tanks typically. And only, of course, you know, the more lightly armored tanks, but it's really good at dealing with them. It's like it's just so dumb. It feels so wrong. It feels dirty. It's the Russian ZSU 57-2, but with proxy. Somehow bringing 1 BR up. I don't have an explanation for that. That's something, all right. But I imagine once you get to, like, you know, rockets, it's probably a bit better, I would hope. At least pressuring planes, because, like, with a lot of these, it's like, even if I shoot at them, odds are I'm nowhere close enough to even make them feel bad. Like, concern them, other than to make them, you know, wiggle a little bit. You know, maybe move around. But with a rocket, you know, an anti-air missile, at the very least, they gotta drop, you know, chaff to do something about it. But these are so far away. Alright, anyway. Let's see. That's fascinating, though. War Thunder gaining players. I assume it has to be because of all the like the content creators who make videos and stuff, and they talk about the history of the tanks, and they show you some gameplay. But then it's like, you know, if you go and look, hold on, let me go find it. Where is it? If you come in and you want that object, whatever the fuck it was, 279, yeah. Let me tell you what the current dollar price is for this ridiculous thing. It's like $1,500. Gaijin dollars anyway, and from what I've read, those are equivalent to IRL dollars. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. That would make me feel a lot better if that Monopoly money was not roughly worth $1. One Gaijin coin is always 1 USD. Yeah. So 1,500 buckaroos to get the tank that the YouTuber just showed you, which you can no longer acquire through whatever event they, you know, released it on. That's kind of insane. Feels a little fucked up even. Do they rerun the events ever, or do they just keep stacking these things up? Gaijin market caps at 2,000, so that's something. Oh yeah, it's only $2,000. That is, I appreciate you so much for looking for a silver lining, but that is like the most tarnished silver lining, you know? How unfortunate. Oh, God. The state of gaming. Yeah, I mean, they've done a good job at just letting content creators do whatever. And, make their game, make content of the game which brings people in. If not for that, I mean, I don't see how else there would be any interest. At this point in time, like, you know, the big 2026, I think without them, they'd be nothing. So I hope they appreciate their creators who like dedicate like their whole content to the game. They fucking better. They sure as hell wouldn't exist without them. And I've seen them. They make good content. Like, they do a good job. Nothing against them. Absolutely respect them. Very rarely, guys will let you get some very rare tanks like the IS-7 by joining giveaways, running art competitions. That's not really anything to mention. They never replay events. Of course not. Of course not. I find it fascinating how that has the opposite effect on me, where that just turns me away. Where I just say, well, I don't care anymore. If you're never going to replay them, I have no interest. I'm not going to invest in it. No shot. Because, like, here's something crazy, right? Gaijin never replays events. However, almost every gacha game that I've played, when they have limited banners, they do rerun them within a few years. And they usually rerun them just as they were. Sometimes they just straight up add the event permanently with the same stuff attached to it. You know, you pay the same amount, but it's there. You can do it. It's all available. And it costs less than these tanks by a long shot. To get those things. So that's crazy. That Gaijin is more heavily monetized War Thunder than any gacha game that I've ever touched. And I'm thinking about that like in context, right? The whales that I know that play those gacha games will drop thousands a month. It's an absurd amount, but they have the money. I don't really think that's a great way to use money, but, you know, whatever. That's what they do. How much are the whales spending on this game? You know, the people who come in late and they want a whale. He let you get the mouse once a year? That sounds like a very specific exception, considering how many of these vehicles there are. They spend a lot of time or money to buy it, or gamble for it, or you become a content partner and get it that way, but some vehicles like the Sublinde, whatever that is, are so rare that even the biggest content creators can't get them permanently. Yeah, I mean, it's all a FOMO, you know, monetization scheme. It's extraordinarily predatory, but no one would ever criticize it, and that's fascinating to me. Because it's not anime girls, there's no, like, outcry from anybody who's like, this is so wrong. There's no government seeking to regulate it. Nobody gives a shit. Not that I want the government to regulate it, but just saying, like, a lot of gacha games get, like, a lot of attention. But because this isn't sexy, nobody cares. Spookston has 600k subs and had to fork over 2k to buy the Sublinde. That sounds like a good monetary investment for him, though. 600 subs, 600,000 subs. I mean, he's gonna see a return on that, so. But that's absurd, isn't it? $2,000 for a tank in a video game? I'm sorry. That's stupid. It's fucking stupid. It only makes sense to someone who's going to turn it into more money. Like, that's the kind of money that you put away to invest in stocks or a home. You know, like, that's money you put towards a down payment on a house. It's absurd, absolutely absurd. On the same level of absurdity as like the turbo whales in the gacha games. Crazy. I can't fathom it. Like I maybe I just don't have enough disposable income. Maybe that's it. You know, like that's. Here's another way to give you an idea of like how much that money is, even for creators. That is less money than I have spent on my models. I'm on version 2 of my model. Both versions have an extra outfit on top. And I'm getting a third outfit added to this one. Among, you know, other little things that I've had done with my model parent. And that's all well under $2,000. I think it's under 1,000 actually, overall. So that's just wow, you know? Just wow. And I don't feel very impressed either with what Gaijin does with the money. You know, again, comparing it to gachas, because like that's the tier we're on here with this kind of monetization scheme, especially with the premium, with that too. Like all that coming together, like this is basically a gacha game, as far as I'm concerned, money-wise. Compared to the gachas that have monthly banners, regular new content, completely separate like modes, quite a few of them, which, you know, mirroring here, and like consistent content drops where there's something new to go do, new, you know, in those games it'll be like new enemy types, new dungeons or whatever, and all of that, a lot of that I should say, is free, even after the event. Like the new stuff, a lot of the new stuff is, you know, sticks around. And again, like I mentioned, the events come back around. They repeat. All the stuff that gets added with them, you can get it again later. And if you can't just regularly get it, like say if they added a tank to the regular tree here, the system in most gachas would be you wait a year and it comes back around and you can roll for it again. Sure, that can cost you money, but you can do it totally free to play, no problem. And like you don't even have to go crazy. You know, do your 5-minute dailies every day, and you'll be able to do that next year. You know, if you save for it, if that's what you want, you can go get it. No problemo. Whereas in this, it just turns into you either have to grind like crazy, you know, future events to then turn those items around for money to, well, for the Gaijin bucks, because you know the money can't leave. To then buy the thing, like it's way more convoluted and complicated. It's not, I don't think, any worse, but it's no better. That's basically where I'm coming to on this, is like, this is just as bad as like the most aggressive gacha game that I've seen. This is Genshin levels. It's up there with how aggressive the monetization is. I appreciate that the game is, you know, it has free to play elements, but hoo-wee. Rough stuff. Rough stuff if you don't want to drop money on it. And coming in as late as I am to like playing it regularly, I just don't feel like it has. I mean, how long has it been around? Over 10 years? I don't feel like it has another 10 in it. You know, without some change to this whole system. Which actually reminds me, I'm not going to go too far down this rabbit hole, but live service games like this, where, you know, they continue to pile this stuff on, I wonder where that ends up going. You know, most of them don't have like a refresh cycle. I think Fortnite probably does it the best out of all the ones I've seen as far as like their system goes. And that's because they have a pretty straightforward battle pass system. They make it very easy if you want to pay for it. And everything always comes back around. Oh no, as a business, they're doing something right. But my fear would be 10 years from now, you know? I'm going to put money, that amount of money, thousands of dollars, right, into a game. It better be here in 20 years. Like, this investment better, you know, it better stick around. They could EOS in 3 years, if they so chose. You know, take the money and run. Like, if everything started to suddenly go downhill for them, they just turn around and say, we don't care anymore. We're shutting down. Thank you for the dollar bills. We are out. You know? They could. Would they? Probably not. But that's the same issue I should mention I have with gacha games. There was one that, when they launched, they also announced their end of service would be in like 6 months. And they would let you buy things. I mean, at least they told everybody, but still. A bit silly. So. And I do think the premium doesn't really offer enough for me to care. It's not cheap either. Like, for just letting you grind a little less, it's like, shrug. You know, it's nothing great. But yeah, no, if the barrier for like, if the cost, right? The premium makes a huge difference for your grinding, yes. But that's about it. It's not gonna get you, you know, the premium currency, is it? No, of course not. It's not as far as I'm aware. I don't think they give you any. Again, still, like, in my head, I'm comparing this to gacha games where if I pay any amount of money, I get the premium currency. You know, you can put just about anything in, you will get some premium currency on top of everything else. I think the last time I put money into this game, oh god, like over 10 years ago. When the game was much newer. And actually, I think there were a lot less tanks then. Yeah, like a lot less. It was kind of crazy how barren the trees were compared to now. I was playing it like every day though too, so that made a little more sense for the premium. I think now as someone who like is employed, that's also like the value proposition for premium is very different. You know, I play like once a week, so what's that? 4 days a month, and you pay like $10-20. I'm casual, like I'm super casual. That doesn't really thrill me. I think if I played every day, if this was like my game, it would be different. Yeah, the difference would make sense on like the value. The value proposition would make more sense, if that makes sense. So for like someone like Felix was in here earlier, he said it has like 1,000 hours or something so far this year. Or not this year, but over the last 6 months, which is like crazy. You can get free golden eagles is like basically 0 chance every 7 days or contributing to the wiki. Yeah, so you kind of can't. I mean, you can, but not in a meaningful way. The wiki thing is probably a little more approachable, but that also probably means there's a lot of people who really want to, you know, get points for contributing. So good luck with that. Yeah, I don't know. It could be less predatory, and they could, you know, it could be better, and they wouldn't be floundering for money. Clearly, over 100 mil in a year is a lot of money for a game that really doesn't have that much in the way of cost to run. You know, I'm sure they have their operating costs well under control by now, and they're not really adding that much. The wiki takes effort, so it's not that competitive. Really? I would think that if, well, maybe it's not very generous. I suppose it depends on how many golden eagles they're offering. You know, like what qualifies you as being allowed to get something and how much that is. That would very much inform me, you know, when I was like in high school and didn't want to spend money. If I'd known that at the time and it was a fair amount, then I'd be interested. But, you know, if it's tons of effort and they give you like 100 golden eagles when you're done with like a full, you know, page rework that takes you 20 hours, and that's not very good pay. That's bad compensation. So, Shimikaze TM, who's pretty big in the wiki and is a mod for the esports team, has made over 10 million golden eagles from it. But how much time has he put into it? Like that is the question. Also, people who are like known names probably get a better deal, you know? So there's that. Yeah. You do it for 10 years, they're probably more favorable to just throwing whatever you want at you to keep you doing it. As opposed to someone who like did it a few times, they're probably gonna, you know, be a little more, well, here you go, here's something. You know? I was just looking at, why does it say Canadian? CNY? Why are they in CNY? What the hell is that? Okay then. Whatever that means. Although, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, is PC based in China? That's Chinese yuan. I don't know. No. No, I don't even have a VPN. I don't know why it says that. That's funny though. Everything's in English. I've never left the country. I've literally never left the US. How in the world? Yeah, no. Language is English. Oh. That's weird. Yeah, I don't have an answer for why it says that. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. That's still, yeah. It's surprising. I think it must be the same way that like Tarkov is doing as well as it is, in that without the creators, the game doesn't stand very well on its own. You need people who will, you know, clip the really hype moments, who will be like insanely talented and make people want to be like them and that sort of thing, to kind of keep the game afloat and keep the hype going and people interested. Because I can't imagine any other way it would be going as well as it is for both games. I suppose that's like the next step for advertising anymore, is just get creators to make like good content for you and reward the crap out of them for doing it. And you don't really have to do anything else. They'll do it for you. Guy just states that an excellent wiki article which is about 2 pages of info pays 500 to 800 golden eagles, so worth it if you really enjoy writing essays on vehicles, but not so much for the average player. Yeah, that's like nothing. Well, let me I'll go through Steam and find out what the actual prices are, because I don't know how to convert Chinese yuan to USD off the cuff. How do I even do that? Holy shit. I just glanced at the Steam page. $5 per 2 pages. Yeah, that's not good pay at all. That's gonna take you, if you're really fast and you're really good, I'm gonna say 4 to 6 hours. 4 to 6 hours. That is dog water pay. At least if you're American. I mean, depending on where you live. $5 for basically a day's work is good pay. Dang. I'm sorry to hear that. I make about 10x that in an hour, so it's that's not really making sense to me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, 1,000 golden eagles is $6. Third world country moment. Yeah. I mean, your cost of living is also probably quite a bit lower, so, you know. Will it make you feel a lot better about yourself if I tell you that my rent is almost $2,000 a month? And I am not anywhere that I would like to be? Like, this is not a desirable area. It's not awful, don't get me wrong. It's not crime-ridden or anything. But it's just like out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, it's really like, there's nothing here. There's nothing here to do. It's almost your income, like your yearly income. Yeah. 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 Everything just costs more. I suppose there's a few more luxuries that we enjoy, but that's, you know, again, gotta pay a lot. I think this year I'm gonna finally start saving money. Had to get a car, and now I've almost paid it off. It's good. Okay, 500 golden eagles is $3. North American housing is so ridiculously expensive. I know, man. So from $3 to $5, $3 to $5 for a day's work. That is $3 to $5 in funny money. For a full day's work. That's crazy. And that's if they decide they want to pay you that much. You know, they could just decide they don't like it. I'm sure they're pretty reasonable about it, but you know, just throwing it out there that like they can just say no. It's well within their rights, I suppose you could say. It's not just us. No, I mean anywhere where housing can be seen as some kind of investment, which is most places. Land, really, is what it ends up being. People are buying that shit up. A lot of corporations too. Also, I just want to tell you all, the total DLC price for all of War Thunder, if you wanted every single pack and all the soundtracks and everything, it's mainly the packs, is $1,607. That is a lot of money. That is a comically large amount of money. That is literally my rent. Well, it's a little bit less than my rent. Kind of reasonable. Really? We're talking about like 1 or 2 vehicles being $80. Ooh. Ugh. God. Seen Gaijin at its worst. I don't think they've ever really gotten better. I'll be so real with you. I think they've just always been at their worst, and it's just a question of how much of it can they show without burning any bridges. I live in an actual house where I live in Canada. I'll need to work both a full and part-time job to keep up with a mortgage and not including any other recurring fees. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There are, like, zero exaggeration here, double wide trailers in mobile home like lots, you know, where they put a bunch of them together and you have to pay a fee on top, where just to buy the mobile home and pay the mortgage on that, and then to pay the dues, which go up like every year at least from what I hear, it would be the same as my rent right now. And my rent includes a bunch of things like heat and come to think of it, I think it's just heat and garbage. I think I pay for everything else, which is fine. I appreciate the heat because I live more north side, so it gets cold. Not paying for it is nice. It saves me probably like $1,000 every year. Got a job lined up in Japan. Oh, they're much better in terms of housing prices. If I ever had an opportunity to work there, I probably would. But I would need to learn Japanese, so that's the first problem. Not that I would mind so much. I would just have to do it. But I mean, I make a decent amount, so hopefully at some point I'll be able to get a house. At some point. And hopefully at that point, you know, I'd be able to stick around for a while. You know, it's crazy. If you could, like, if you owned a home here in America without a mortgage, you know, you just own it, or you got the mortgage a long time ago being 5 years plus, which really isn't that long, but, you know, before everything went crazy, you could afford to work at like Walmart or a warehouse or, you know, some like basic ass job, you know, Starbucks, McDonald's, wherever, you know, in a nicer area where they pay, you know, 20 plus an hour, which is kind of insane for some of those jobs, but hey, whatever. You could do that and you could afford to live just fine. Like, you'd be okay. But if you want to buy the same exact house right now, you need like triple the income. It's physically impossible. The house hasn't changed. Nothing's changed about it. It's the same place. It's been like 5 years. maybe 10. And somehow it's like doubled, tripled, maybe even quadrupled in some areas. I work for a tour company that partners with Europe and NA that is fully English. I only need to know enough Japanese to buy groceries and the likes. Yeah. That's kind of what I meant by like no Japanese, you know, be able to navigate. Yeah, I'm sure there's some like administrative type stuff you have to handle while you're there. Yeah, that sort of stuff. But it would be fun. It would be fun to live somewhere like Japan, where it's, you know, it's a nice enough place to live and, you know, reasonable cost of living. You know, I look at places like Europe and it's just like the housing is even worse. The pay is not much better and the taxes are like doubled. It's like, holy crap, I cannot imagine trying to move there. Unless you're going to like Eastern Europe or something, in which case, I mean, there are downsides to that, especially certain countries. A little bit more of a crime problem. And then you're just like, well, you know, now you're dealing with that in exchange for, you know, it being a bit cheaper. And it's like, ugh. My current job put out a request to see if anyone wanted to work on a job in Serbia not too long ago. Last couple of years or so, they put that out, and I was like, Serbia? The what now? You want me to go where? I don't know about that. You know, they had put some others out for, you know, other German countries where I was at least like, you know, maybe. Yeah, I think they talked about Germany at one point, maybe. You know, Poland, Sweden, Netherlands. I don't think France ever came up. But yeah, they talked about a lot of them. But then they're like Serbia. And it's like, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Like, I feel like they probably wouldn't like me. I'm pale, so that would probably, that, you know, that's a decent start to not get, you know, hurt. But I'm definitely not one of them, and I know they're quite insular. So you know. Also, being American going to Serbia, I feel like they probably still don't love us that much. You know, I feel like they still don't love us. We did kind of drop bombs on them for a little while. Not that I had anything to do with that, but you know. It just doesn't seem like the best idea. Can't imagine bringing like a whole family there, like, because they'll relocate whole families for the job I do. Like if you move somewhere long term, you know, next 5 years or so, they'll send you and your whole family. You can all go. Yeah, Poland's a bit questionable, but like the cost of living is so low. And, you know, if something did happen, it probably wouldn't be that hard for me to just leave. But like, you know, Netherlands, Germany, those sound nice. You know, I'm not sure I'd like the taxes. I think that's, and the home prices. Those are the things that make me be like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't do that. I think that's a bit rough. You know, but if I could afford housing, those would be very appealing. You know, as like a place to go for a while, a couple of years or so, spend some time. But sometimes we get jobs out in like Southeast Asia. Those are interesting. But in general, yeah, a lot of the stuff has been either like it's really expensive to go abroad, or it's like I really don't think I want to go there. So at least in the States, you know, I only really have to worry about the cost of living. There's no like language barrier or anything like that. In the trades, not exactly. I do software development, let's say. We do contract work. I can't get into specifics for obvious reasons. But Usually has to do with like tax software and not always tax software, but just like software for government stuff or local government or things like that, where, you know, we go all over the place and we work for various entities. We've done private companies, governments, local governments, countries, like you name it, we've done work for them. But usually it's something along those lines where it's more like administrative type of software. Not anything sexy or exciting. Boring stuff, but stuff that needs to get done. Get some interesting stories though when you work with government. It's impressive that from all my experiences so far working this job. Thank you for the follow. Most governments, contrary to what a lot of people assume, have a lot of really well-meaning, intelligent, and capable people working for them. Like so many, you'd be surprised. And you know they usually are like they're really nice, including to like when we do tax stuff, when we deal with like how they interact with taxpayers, they're really forgiving and like their policies are most of the time, not always, but most of the time like really flexible. You know, so they try really hard to, you know, in spite of what the law says, cut people breaks and stuff, and I really appreciate that. We push for those things too, for obvious reasons. It boosts compliance, actually. When you are very forgiving about mistakes and missing payments and things like that, not to a fault, but, you know, a little flexible, you actually get much better compliance. People actually pay their taxes. They pay what they owe. They, you know, they cooperate. Because the worst thing that can happen is they don't pay a dime. The best thing that can happen is they pay all of it. But somewhere in the middle there, where a fair few people end up falling, is they pay it, just not on time. But that's still better. If you make it so bad that they never want to pay, then you're never going to get anything out of them. You know, they'll... If you keep pushing it, it just gets worse, right? So it all works out to make sense in that way, but also like they could be meaner about it and probably get away with it. So those people are great. However, a very large but in this whole statement is there are a few people who will do almost anything to halt progress and make sure that nothing ever changes and never gets better. We found ways to convince those people, or to go over their head. Maybe not over their head, but around them, let's say. You know, involve people above them who maybe have a better picture of things to make the final decision. In other words, override them to make the right choice. But like it's a whole task on our end to make sure that whoever our client is doesn't basically blow their foot off in the process of trying to make whatever it is they're having us work on. And it's just it's impressive that like it only takes like 1 or 2 people to borderline destroy a project, but it takes like 50 to make it happen. Like it's frustrating at times, but it is rewarding, you know, when you make it happen in spite of it. But yeah. Unfortunately, boring work. It's not exciting. It's not sexy. So I don't get to sit here and tell you about my time at Blizzard, you know, and pull up a little paint window and draw a shitty database. I could do all those things. Well, the paint stuff and databases and all that, but I only do that when it's relevant to a complaint that I have. Usually about a game. You should do it. Tell you about my time at Blizzard. Yeah. I mean, like the World of Tanks thing, right? That was that's an issue of database management. So the only reason that they can't combine them all is because they started with different databases. It's very hard to change that. You can do it, absolutely. Very doable. I do it, you know, at my job. Maybe not regularly, but it's part of many of our processes. When we, you know, replace one system with a new one, you have to bring in all that legacy data, you know. You can't just delete it. You can't just, toss it out and be like, we're starting new. Nobody wants to do that. They want to keep their data. So there's a whole process to it, and it is hard work. Don't get me wrong, but like for a game like World of Tanks, with the amount of money they put in, they can do it. But they would have to want to, and they'd have to do it, and then they'd have to deal with all of the mismatch going on between one server to another. Like, let's say, I don't know a whole lot about the game, so I'm just going to hypothetical this. If they released an event in the US, right, on American servers, and they released, this very special tank, but it never actually made it to the European server, or vice versa, it doesn't matter which one. And only some people got an opportunity then out of the two separate servers. Like, one server got the opportunity, the other one didn't. How do you deal with that when that's happened like 5, 10, 20 times over the course of a decade when you go to merge those servers? That's a great question. That would be their thing to figure out. The realistic answer is start doing reruns. I don't think anyone will complain. Except for maybe the people who got it first, but, they can kick rocks. That's their problem. Make your current player base happy. Don't worry about the people who, why would they have the current system work perfectly fine? That's the big question, right? As far as a business goes. They would have to figure out that they basically have more to gain by doing the transition. That's part of the cost of an upgrade, when you upgrade your systems. That's the same way they deal with it at our job. And the answer is almost always, the old way just doesn't work anymore. People don't like it. It's too obtuse. It doesn't have all these features. The thing is, it wouldn't just be a merger, right? During that, you would also want to do a major upgrade. Move to a different database management, move to, a different server stack. Maybe they go to the cloud or whatever. Awful idea for a game. Please don't do that. Please use dedicated servers, everybody. Please, I'm begging you. Don't do cloud on that. You could do the cloud for your database, just don't do it for your game servers. But like, you could get new servers, new dedicated servers for your game on like a totally different architecture, major upgrade there, and that interfaces with the brand new databases. Like, it'd be a huge project, but it would upgrade everything. So then you can upgrade, the base. Maybe you could do an engine upgrade at the same time. It would be like a company-wide thing. It'd be a major project, but it'd be really important, and it would open up a lot of options. Maybe with the newer engine, it runs better. So you can crank up the graphics, you can add more assets, more effects, more particles and stuff. Like, it would have to be part of this like really big thing that you're going to do, which sounds like a lot, but you could get like 20 people to work on it for a year and they could probably do it. At least all of the infrastructure side of it, I think 20 to 30 people could probably do something like that. And then for the game engine side of it, probably another 20 people, which sounds like a lot of money, but for a game dev studio, a year, maybe 2, to get all that done, 2 if you're really pushing it, and have it ready to go, and then, good to release it. That's really not going to be that much money compared to what you stand to gain, right? That's the big thing. What do you stand to gain? I mean, if War Thunder is pulling in 100 mil, all those people that you hired, 50 of them, right? Let's say average pay for them is $80K a year, assuming you're paying like American wages. Let's call it $100K just to be easy, right? For a year. That's going to cost you 50 mil. Is that the right math? I think that's the right math. No, that math's off. 5 mil. Let's call it 10 million, just to round everything off. Maybe you got to give out bonuses. Maybe they do a really good job. You want to reward your people. Maybe you need a few more people. Throw in another 5 mil for all of the associated costs, admin and all that stuff. Maybe another 5 mil for some extra hardware and other things that you need, office space, etc., etc. You're looking at $20 to $30 million. That's a lot of money. That is a hell of a lot of money. But in 1 year, War Thunder raked in 130 mil. Well, if that's what you're trying to compete with, that's how much is on the table. At least. I mean, they probably already make a fair chunk of money, so they're fighting for that market share. They could at least get that returned in 5 years, reasonably speaking. And the upgrade would definitely, I mean, it would have to, you know, just by making the game better, you know, by merging the servers, by making it so people can play with each other, and making the game more appealing. It would pay itself off if you do it right. I mean, that's the essence of business, right? You know, you take a risk, a calculated one, but a risk, and hope that it pays off. That is the entire argument that you would have to go in with. And they'd have to have someone in the company who wants to do it. That's the biggest problem, right? Is finding someone who wants to do it, who's going to spearhead that and push for it. Not just, you know, sit back, kick up their feet and say, I'm getting paid, you know? So that's the real barrier in most cases, is not so much would it make sense, it's more, does anybody really want to champion it? Who wants to be responsible for it? All those things. I think every fucking day I quit that game a year ago. I don't blame you. It pushes me more every day. I'm hoping that when I get to a higher tier, it'll relax a little bit, but War Thunder's rough. And I mean, we were just talking about World of Tanks and why they would want to change the way that their servers work. You know, where they silo them all off into different regions, in case you didn't know. And it really pushes people away. I mean, I don't want to play it for that exact reason. Like, I have a lot of European friends I play with sometimes on War Thunder. So if I was like, hey, let's all swap to World of Tanks, they probably would, because they only play this because I could, because I play it. If I didn't play it, they wouldn't touch it. So if I want to play with them, I'd have to play on the European servers. But then when it's just me, I wouldn't really want to deal with the extra paying. So I'd want to be on American servers. Well, I don't really get a choice. It's one or the other. And, you know, it just doesn't sound appealing to me. And, yeah, there's some other reasons I don't really love the World of Tanks system. It's simpler. It's more arcadey, which I can appreciate in some ways. But overall, I prefer the War Thunder systems. I have other gripes with the game. Anyway. So yeah, I don't know why I talked through how they would upgrade it. It's not like they're going to listen to me. But, you know, maybe you learn something here. Maybe you can apply it at a future job or something, right? You know, keeping all those things in mind about how upgrades go and things like that, where it's not just about, you know, whether you can or even should. It's, do you have a plan and that sort of thing. In a perfect world, I would want GHPC. I know what that is. Gunner heat, something. I know what you're referring to. I don't think I've played it yet. Let me go look at it. Refresh my memory. Gunner heat PC. Yeah. What's the PC? It's like 4 PCs. Like, is that what it's saying? I feel like this is almost God, I'm gonna make myself sound really old. Does anyone here, by some ungodly chance, have any memory of a game for like Windows 97 or 98 or something, like really old, you know, on CD, that I think it was just called like M1 Abrams or something, but it was essentially a tank simulator, but like a really old one, but it had all the positions in the tank and you could drive it around, fire and everything. It was like really low poly for obvious reasons, but it was like surprisingly immersive. There was also, I think, an Apache gunship one and at least one other. Gosh, I don't know where my old discs are. Give me 1 minute. I think my old discs are in the other room. Let me see if I can find it. M1 Tank Platoon. Yes. Oh my god, you identified it by Microprose. Yes. I don't even remember what the game is like, but I know that it existed, and for some reason Gunner Heat reminded me of that. They're making a remake? Really? Oh my goodness. Wait, that's crazy. You can still play the game. Wait. They, like, made it work, I assume. Yeah, 1989. I think I still have a disc for that. I forget which one I have, but it might have been Tank Platoon 2. I don't know. I think it was 2 because I'm looking at it, and this is like really hitting my memories here. Really bringing up the nostalgia. Holy crap. Yeah. Getting pinged like crazy. You can get Platoon 1 and 2 on GOG and Steam. Yeah, no, I'm seeing that. I wonder if I could finagle my old disc to work. Probably not. But I wonder if I could. You know what I mean? Like hard doubt. Even if I could get it to read, it probably wouldn't be playable for like so many obvious reasons. But I think it'd be funny. I have some other old games in there. If it's a remake, it's called Spearhead 2. Maybe just inspired by. Let's look at this. Oh, that's interesting. Not a whole lot in terms of like gameplay being shown in the screenshots and stuff that they have. But it is just coming soon, so that doesn't surprise me. It's probably like really early in development. That's so cool though. I'm gonna follow that. Because whenever that comes out, I'm definitely gonna wanna check it out. If it's any good, I'll play it. It's really cool. Goodness. I think I have some of the old Doom games on disc as well, and a few others. A lot of old, just like junk software too. I don't know why we still have the discs. I've kept them for so long that now I don't want to throw them out. You know? It's one of those like, I'm probably one of like a relatively small number of people who still has this random software disc. I'm sure the software is online. You can just go find it somewhere. Someone's archived it, right? But to actually have the physical disc, like that's just a random little thing that'll just, it's always going to be nostalgic for me because I'll remember it. Remember, you know, whatever I needed that software for, or someone else in my family needed it for. You know, no promise that I was doing anything with it. I was probably like 5 when we got it or something. Reminds me, I think my first PC game was Half-Life. Yeah, pretty sure it was Half-Life. Which makes me really old. Not my first video game, but definitely my first PC game. And I remember for like a year, almost, I begged and begged and begged my parents to actually let me play the game. But they would only let me play through the tutorial. The old Half-Life tutorial. So I remember it was different in like the early disc versions of the game, as opposed to what it is now. If you go and get Half-Life, I think the training section is a little different. If it's even there in the current version. But yeah, no, I would just play the training section over and over and over and over. And then when they finally let me play the game, I sucked at it. I was so bad. I could do the basic things, you know, they teach you in the tutorial, because I practice so much. But as far as, like, actually getting anywhere, my brain was too tiny. I just couldn't do it. But I still have the box set for that. I think we had, like, the set that had Opposing Force, Blue Shift, all those just packaged all together. Team Fortress, the original. An early version of Counter-Strike. I think that was it. I think it was the old Team Fortress Classic, Half-Life, Blue Shift, Opposing Force. Yep. Pretty sure that was the full set. I don't know if I still have every disc, but all good games. Team Fortress, maybe less so. But, yeah. It was goofy. And the old Counter-Strike was weird. Not 1.6, it was like 1.4 or something. It's like super early version. Welcome back, Dan. We were yapping about tanks and stuff. About old games, too. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, fun stuff. Yeah. I pray for the day when we get a really good competitor to War Thunder and World of Tanks. Something that really shakes up the whole ecosystem, you know? Gotta happen eventually. Sooner or later. Or they have to change themselves so that it doesn't, you know, become too appealing for others to do. One way or the other, you know, we're gonna eat good, hopefully. But, you know, until then, this is what we got. And, you know, it's not the worst. I've definitely played worse games by a lot, so, yeah. Alright, I think it's about time we raid out. It's a little late. I'm tired. I have to wake up for work. Almost midnight. So let's raid somebody. Who is alive right now? None of the usual culprits. How unfortunate. Let's see, who else is game? Nope. I'm trying to decide what I actually feel like playing. Or not playing, watching, sorry. How's the octopus? Are they okay? Hey, Cookie. Oh, okay. All right. So you show up at the very end just to check on the octopus. You don't even ask about me. Cookie doesn't care about me. I should be sleeping. Okay, well, that sounds like a you problem. That sounds like a skill issue. I mean, like, sleeping. Come on. We both know you don't even do that, Cookie. I saw last night you said you were going to bed. Was it last night? Maybe the day before? I don't know. I was watching you, though, and you said you were going to bed. And I look over in your Discord. And what do I see? I see Cookie in a voice channel. Yapping away. So no, I don't believe that you sleep. I think you don't sleep. That's my evidence right there. Over there, and I wanted to say hi. So you say. Likely story, Cookie. Likely story. Do you have an alibi? Do you have anyone who will stand up for you in court and say, yes, Cookie just stopped by to say hello. He did not stick around for too long. No more than 5 minutes. I didn't think so. Especially because that court is happening right here, right now, and you have 1 minute. And then you go, yes, back to the gulag. See, you already know what's going to happen here. Because this is, in fact, a dictatorship. A dictatorship, if you will. Demi will totally vouch for me. Oh, perhaps. Perhaps. But, you know, lying also gets you sent to the gulag, so be very careful. Wow. Okay, well that was a good way to end that. Anyway. As for the octopus, he's still talking to God, or the gods. I'm not really sure. He doesn't tell me much. But he's doing fine, I think. He doesn't really need much. He's a stuffed animal, after all. They're pretty, you know, low maintenance. You just keep them clean. I can be helpful. Well, the minute's already over, so, you know. Hey, wait a second. Wait a second. I think I have a target. I have a target. I have a raid target, guys. Yippee. Chris dozed off. Oh. Before I send you over, I got a new keyboard recently. I don't want to yap about it for too long, but I do want to say I was skeptical of the whole like 75% keyboard for a while. That's the one where it has everything except for the number pad. So everything else is here. You know, F1 keys. There's some function keys tacked on in places that make them very convenient. And I like it a lot, actually. The 75% is nice. I have a considerable amount of more space, and it doesn't really bother me. Especially having a Stream Deck. You know, I don't need the number pad to act as, you know, hotkeys for anything or anything along those lines. I don't need that. So it works out really nicely, and it saves a ton of space for the mouse and everything. A little more comfortable. So just thought I'd throw that out there for anyone who may, like me, be on the fence about trying it out. Give it a shot. There's a lot of keyboards out there, so you know, do your research on, you know, what's in your price range and actually like worth the money. There's a lot of junk out there. A lot of junk. I've tried them. I just like the big ones because big hands. Well, the thing is, it's not like they don't make the keys any smaller. The only difference is the number pad is just not there. That's it. I think they do make like mini keyboards too, but that wouldn't work for me. It feels small. I think you might just be compensating. I think you might just think your hands are really big because you really want to believe that that's why it looks so small. And that you're just kind of, you know, like, you know, making up excuses, basically. You know, my hands are piss small. Piss is small? I mean, I guess kind of, in a way. But I mean, also woman. So, like, that's kind of typical, right? Pretty normal. There's a reason why the 1-inch punch is crazy style. Also not real. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason that it's completely baloney. The 2 inches of Doom got that power, you don't get it. Okay, listen. The only way that 2 inches got power like that is if you got a cheese wheel. And that's kind of weird. I don't know how you're getting around the day like that. Like, that just sounds really uncomfortable. Like, I get that you're a twink, but even twinks don't have that much room between their legs. Also, thanks for the clip. I clipped that. That's going in my pocket. Even Tay wants to see between my legs. I didn't say I wanted to see it. I just said I know you ain't got room for a cheese wheel. That's all I said. Can of sardines. Listen, I don't want to see any of it. I'm just saying that physics puts a limit on space. All right, like this, it just doesn't work. Physics are a myth. just like your... Anyway, let's get the raid going. You know, Cookie, you should stick around for the raid because I'm gonna send you over to Say Peony, and Say is a really funny guy, and I think he would appreciate you. I'm already watching Say on the other monitor. Well, you know what? I called it. They're 5K now for VIP. You're so close, Dominic. See you in bed. Tay, good night. Okay. Sure. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm not cheating on anyone with anybody. All right. Chris said that. I had nothing to do with anyone being in my bed. As far as I know, the only thing in my bed is a body pillow, and we're not going to talk about that. Anyway. Have a great night, everyone. We'll be back on Friday and Saturday. Saturday is my birthday, so that's going to be a whole big thing. I will see you on Friday for Yakuza 0, or if not then, please show up for my birthday. I'll be really sad if people don't show up. I'll cry, or I'm going to do a little podcast with them. It'll be a lot of fun. And yeah, you guys have a great night.